The False Prince, Book 1 of the Ascendance trilogy, by Jennifer A. Nielsen, read by Charlie McWade. 1. If I had to do it all over again, I would not have chosen this life. Then again, I'm not sure I ever had a choice. These were my thoughts as I raced away from the market, with a stolen roast tucked under my arm. I'd never attempted roast thievery before, and I was already regretting it. It happens to be very difficult to hold the chunk of raw meat while running, more slippery than I'd anticipated. If the butcher didn't catch me with his cleaver first, and literally cut off my future plans, I vowed to remember to get the meat wrapped next time, then steal it. He was only a few paces behind now, chasing me at a better speed than I'd have expected for a man of his girth. He yelled very loudly in his native language, one I didn't recognize. He was originally from one of the far western countries, undoubtedly a country where killing a meat thief was allowed. It was this sort of thought that encouraged me to run faster. I rounded a corner just as the cleaver suddenly cut into a wood post behind me. Even though he was aiming for me, I couldn't help but admire his throwing accuracy. If I hadn't turned when I did, the cleaver would have found its target. But I was only a block from Mrs. Turbledy's orphanage for disadvantaged boys. I knew how to disappear there. And I might have made it, if not for the bald man sitting outside the tavern, who stretched out his foot in time to trip me. Luckily, I managed to keep hold of the roast, although it did no favors to my right shoulder as I fell onto the hard dirt road. The butcher leaned over me and laughed. "About time you get what's coming to you, filthy beggar." As a point of fact, I hadn't begged for anything. It was beneath me. His laughter was quickly followed up with a kick to my back that chased my breath away. I curled into a ball, prepared for a beating I wasn't sure I'd live to regret. The butcher landed a second kick and had reared back for a third when another man shouted, "Stop!" The butcher turned. "You stay out of this. He stole a roast." "An entire roast? Really? And what is the cost?" 30 garlands. My well-trained ears heard the sound of coins in a bag. Then the man said, "I'll pay you 50 garlands if you turn that boy over to me now." 50? One moment. The butcher gave me a final kick in the side, then leaned low toward me. "If you ever come into my shop again, I'll cut you up and sell you as meat at the market. Got it?" The message was straightforward. I nodded. The man paid the butcher, who stomped away. I wanted to look up at whoever had saved me further beating, but I was hunched in the only position that didn't send me gasping in pain, and I was in no hurry to change that. The pity I felt for myself wasn't shared by the man with the coins. He grabbed my shirt and yanked me to my feet. Our eyes locked as he lifted me. His were dark brown and more tightly focused than I'd ever seen before. He smiled slightly as he studied me, his thin mouth barely visible behind a neatly trimmed brown beard. He looked to be somewhere in his 40s and dressed in the fine clothes of the upper class, but based on the way he'd lifted me, he was much stronger than I expected of a nobleman. "I'll have a word with you, boy," he said. "You'll walk with me to the orphanage, or I'll have you carried there." The entire right side of my body throbbed, but the left side was okay, so I favored it as I started to walk. "Stand up straight," the man ordered. I ignored him. He was probably some rich country gentleman who wanted to purchase an indentured servant for his lands. Although I was eager to leave behind the tough streets of Karchar, servitude wasn't in my future plans, which meant I could walk as crookedly as I wanted. Besides, my right leg really hurt. Mrs. Turbledy's orphanage for disadvantaged boys was the only place for orphaned boys in the northern end of Carthia. 19 of us lived there, ranging in age from 3 to 15. I was almost 15, and any day now Mrs. Turbledy would send me away. But I didn't want to leave yet, and certainly not as this stranger's servant boy. Mrs. Turbledy was waiting in her office when I walked in, with the man close behind me. She was too fat to credibly claim she starved along with the rest of us. but strong enough to beat anyone who complained about that fact. In recent months, she and I had settled into a routine of barely tolerating each other. Mrs. Turbledy must have seen what happened outside, because she shook her head and said, "A roast? What were you thinking?" "We had a lot of hungry boys," I said. "You can't feed us bean bread every day and not have a revolt." "You'll give me that roast, then," she said, holding out her plump hands. Business first. I clutched the roast more tightly to myself and nodded at the man. "Who's he?" The man stepped forward. "My name is Bevan Connor. Tell me yours." I stared at him without answering, which earned me a whack on the back of the head from Mrs. Turbledy's broom. "His name is Sage," she told Connor, "and as I told you before, you'd be better off with a rabid badger than this one." Connor raised an eyebrow and stared at me as if that amused him, which was annoying because I had no interest in providing him with any entertainment. So I tossed my hair out of my eyes and said, "She's right, so can I go now?" Connor frowned and shook his head. The moment of amusement had passed. "What can you do, boy? If you bother to ask my name, you might use it." He continued as if he hadn't heard me, also annoying. "What's your training?" "I don't have any," Mrs. Turbledy said. "None a gentleman like yourself would need anyhow." "What did your father do?" Connor asked me. "He was best as a musician, but still a terrible one," I said. "If he made a single coin from playing, my family never saw it." "He was probably a drunk." Mrs. Turbledy rapped my ear with her knuckles. "So this one's made his way through theft and lies." "What sort of lies?" I wasn't sure if the question was directed to me or Mrs. Turbledy, but he was looking at Mrs. Turbledy, so I let her speak. She took Connor by the arm and pulled him into a corner, which was an entirely useless gesture because not only was I standing right there and perfectly able to hear every word, but the story was also about me, so it was hardly a secret. Connor obliged her, though I noticed he faced himself toward me as she spoke. "First time the boy came in here, he had a shiny silver coin in his hand. Said he was a runaway, the son of a dead duke from somewhere in Avenia. Only he didn't want to be a duke. So if I took him in and gave him preferential care and a place to hide, he'd pay me a coin a week. Kept it up for 2 weeks, all the time laughing it up on extra servants at dinner and with extra blankets on his bed." Connor glanced at me and I rolled my eyes. He'd be less impressed when she finished the story. "Then one night, he took with a fever. Got all delirious late in the night, hitting at everyone and yelling and such. I was there when he confessed it all. He's no son of anyone important. The coins belonged to a duke all right, but he'd stolen them to trick me into caring for him. I dumped his body into the cellar to get better or not. I didn't care. Next time I checked on him, he got over the fever on his own and was a good deal more humble." Connor looked at me again. "He doesn't look so humble now." "I got over that, too," I said. "So why'd you let him stay?" Connor asked Mrs. Turbledy. Mrs. Turbledy hesitated. She didn't want to tell him it was because I picked up goodies for her now and then. Ribbon for her hats or chocolates from the cake shop. Because of that, Mrs. Turbledy didn't hate me nearly as much as she pretended to. Or maybe she did. I stole from her, too. Connor walked back to me. "A thief and a liar, eh? Can you manage a sword?" "Sure, if my opponent doesn't have one." He grinned. "Do you farm?" "No." I took that as an insult. "Hunt?" "No." "Can you read?" I stared up at him through the parts of my hair. "What are you wanting me for, Connor?" "You'll address me as Sir or Master Connor." "What are you wanting me for, Sir Master Connor?" "That's a conversation for another time. Gather your things. I'll wait for you here." I shook my head. "Sorry, but when I leave the comfort of Mrs. Turbledy's fine establishment, I go on my own." "You're going with him," Mrs. Turbledy said. "You've been bought and paid for by Master Connor, and I can't wait to be rid of you." "You'll earn your freedom by doing whatever I ask of you and doing it well," Connor added. "Or serve me poorly and serve me for life." I wouldn't serve anyone for an hour until freedom, I said. Connor took a step toward me, hands out. I threw the roast I'd been holding at him and he flinched to avoid it. Using that moment, I pushed past Mrs. Turbledy and darted into the street. It would have been helpful to know that he'd left a couple of vigils at the door. One grabbed my arms while the other clubbed me over the head from behind. I barely had time to curse their mothers' graves before I crumpled to the ground. 2. I awoke with my hands tied behind my back and lying in the bed of a wagon. A throbbing headache pulsed inside me, worsened by the jostling of the wagon as we rode. The least Connor could have done was give me something soft to lie on. I resisted the temptation to open my eyes until my situation became clearer. My wrists were tied behind my back with a coarse rope, one that might be used to lead a horse. If it was, then I wondered if the rope was a last-minute idea. Maybe Connor hadn't expected to be taking me by force. Connor should have come more prepared. This thick rope worked to my advantage. It was easier to loosen the knots. Someone coughed near me. Didn't sound like Connor. Maybe it was one of his thug vigils. As slowly as possible, I inched one eye open. The cool spring day had become a bit overcast, but wasn't yet threatening rain. Too bad. I could have used a bath. One of Connor's vigils was at the far end of the wagon, looking at the view behind us. That probably meant Connor and the other vigils were on the seat at the front of the wagon. Another cough to my left. I let my head bounce with the next jolt of the wagon to see where it had come from. 2 boys sat there. The shorter one closest to me seemed to be doing the coughing. Both were near my age. The coughing boy looked sickly and pale, while the other was larger and tanned. They each had light brown hair, though the coughing boy's hair was nearer to blonde. He had rounder features as well. I suspected wherever he came from, he'd spent more time sick in bed than at work, and just the opposite for the other boy. I judged myself to be a blend of the two. Nothing about me was remarkable. I was only of medium height, one of many ways I disappointed my father, who had felt that it would hinder my success. I disagreed. Tall people fit in fewer hiding places. My hair was badly in need of cutting, tangled and dark blonde but getting lighter with each passing month. And I had a forgettable face, which again worked in my favor. The boy coughed again, and I opened both eyes to determine if he was sick or had something to say and was clearing his throat to get our attention. Only he caught me looking at him. Our eyes focused so solidly on each other that it was pointless to pretend I was still asleep, at least to him. Would he give up my secret? I hoped not. I needed time to think, and time for some unfortunately placed bruises to heal. Time was not on my side. "He's awake." That was the larger boy, who got the attention of Connor's backseat vigil. The vigil crawled across the wagon to slap my cheek, which wasn't necessary because my eyes were mostly open. I swore at him, then winced as he yanked me into a sitting position. "Not too rough," Connor called from his seat. "He's a guest, Cregan." The vigil, now known as Cregan, glared at me. I didn't say anything else. Figuring the phrase I just used to curse at him had satisfactorily explained my wishes for the cause of his death. "You've met Cregan," Connor said, then added, "Mott is our driver." Mott glanced back to nod a hello at me. He and Cregan couldn't have been designed to look more different from each other. Mott was tall, dark-skinned, and nearly bald. What little hair he did have was black and shaved to his scalp. He was the one by the tavern who'd tripped me when I was trying to escape the butcher. In contrast, Cregan was short, not much taller than I was, and shorter than the tanned boy near me. He was surprisingly pale for a man who likely spent much of his day outdoors, and he had a thick crop of blonde hair that he tied back at the nape of his neck. Mott was lean and muscular, while Cregan looked softer than I knew him to be, judging by the way he clubbed me at the orphanage. How strange that there could be two people so different from each other, and yet my dislike for them was equally fierce. Connor motioned to the boys in the wagon with me. "That's Latimer and Roden." Latimer was the cougher. Roden had ratted me out for being awake. They nodded at me. Then Latimer shrugged, as if to say he had no more of an idea why we were here than I did. "I'm hungry," I said. "I planned on having roast for dinner, so whatever you've got had better be good." Connor laughed and tossed an apple onto my lap, which sat there because my hands were still tied behind me. Roden reached over, snatched the apple, and took a big bite of it. "One of the rewards for not having fought coming along. I'm not tied up like a prisoner." "That was mine," I said. "The apple was for anyone willing to take it," Connor said. There was silence for another moment, except for the sound of Roden eating. I stared icily at him, though I knew it'd do no good. If he came from an orphanage as I did, he knew the rules of survival. Rule number 1 said you took food whenever it was available, as much as you could get. "Neither of you fought Connor?" I asked Latimer and Roden. Latimer shook his head and coughed. He probably didn't have the strength to fight. Roden leaned forward and wrapped his arms around his legs. "I saw the orphanage you came from. It was 10 times the place I lived in. Then Connor comes and says if I cooperate, I could get a big reward. So no, I didn't fight." "You might have given me that nice speech instead of having me hit over the head," I told Connor. "What's the reward?" Connor didn't turn around to answer. "Cooperate first, then we'll talk reward." Roden tossed his apple core from the cart. He didn't even have the decency to eat all of it. "You can untie me now," I said. It probably wasn't going to be that easy, but there was no harm in asking. Connor answered. "Mrs. Turbledy warned me that you have a history of running away. Where do you go?" "The church, of course, to confess my sins." Roden snorted a laugh, but Connor didn't seem to find the same humor. "I can starve that blasphemy out of you, boy." I leaned my head back and closed my eyes, hoping to end any conversation involving me. For the most part, it worked. Roden said something about his devotion to the church, but I let it go. None of it mattered. I didn't plan on being here much longer. About an hour later, the wagon stopped in a small town I'd been to once before. It was named Gelvin's. Although as small as it was, I'm not sure it deserved any name. Gelvin's was more like an outpost than a town. With only a few shops on the street and a dozen pathetic excuses for homes. Carthian homes were normally well-built and sturdy, but Gelvin's was poor and its farms dry. A sturdy home was a luxury few here could dream of, much less afford to build. Most of these thin wooden structures looked like they would be finished in a stiff windstorm. Our wagon had stopped in front of a shack with a small sign over the doorway identifying it as the Gelvin's Charity Orphanage. I knew this place. I'd stayed here several months ago after Mrs. Turbledy temporarily kicked me out. Connor took Mott with him and left Cregan to guard us. As soon as Connor left, Cregan jumped out of the wagon and said he was going to get a quick drink in the tavern and that he'd personally kill any boy who tried to escape. "Another orphan?" Roden asked. "Connor's probably been to every orphanage in the country. What could he possibly want with all of us?" "You don't know?" I asked. Latimer shrugged, but Roden said, "He's looking for one particular boy, but I don't know why. He won't want me." Latimer's voice was so quiet the snorting of our horses nearly drowned him out. "I'm sick." "Maybe he will," I said. "We don't know what he wants." "I plan on being whatever he wants," Roden said. "I'm not going back to any orphanage, and I've got no future on the streets." "Who is Bevan Connor?" I asked. "Do either of you know anything about him?" "I overheard him speaking to Master Grippings, who runs the orphanage where Roden and I lived," Latimer mumbled. "He said he was a friend of the king's court." "King Egbert?" I shook my head. "Connor's lying then. Everyone knows the king has no friends." Latimer shrugged. "Friend or enemy, he convinced Master Grippings that he was here as a service to the king." "But what does that have to do with us?" I asked. "A handful of orphaned boys." He just wants one boy, Rodin reminded us. The rest of us will be cast away as soon as we become useless to Connor. He said as much to Master Grippings. Let me make it easier on you, I said to Rodin. Untie me and I'll be on my way. That's one less boy to contend with. I'll do no such thing, Rodin said. Do you think I want to be punished for your escape? Fine, but the knots are really tight. Could you just loosen them? Rodin shook his head. If they're tight, it's because you irritated Connor's vigils, and you probably deserve it. Connor wouldn't want him to be hurt. Latimer crept toward me and said, Turn around. I can't maneuver with my arms behind me. Just reach back there. Latimer stretched an arm across my back, which I caught with my hand and twisted behind him. Rodin jumped up to one knee, startled, but with my other hand I slipped a noose over Latimer's neck and pulled it so that it was nearly tightened. Rodin froze, waiting to see what I'd do next. Getting the rope off my wrists had been an easy matter. Knotting it into a noose was a bit trickier, although now was not the time to admire my handiwork. Rodin didn't look impressed with my behind-the-back knot tying. Clearly he'd never attempted something like that before, or he would have been. Or maybe he just didn't want me to strangle Latimer in front of him. Not an inch closer to me, I warned Rodin, or else I'll dump him over the side of the cart and you can describe to Connor the sound of his snapping neck. Please don't do that, Latimer breathed. Rodin sat back down. I don't care if you kill him and I don't care if you run away. Leave if you want and pray Connor's vigils don't find you. I stood, apologized to Latimer for threatening to kill him, then gave a ceremonial bow to Rodin. The bow might have been a mistake. Midway through standing up straight, Cregan whacked me in the back with the flat end of his sword. I fell forward, all air knocked from my lungs. You know what'd happen to me if I let you get away, boy, Cregan snarled. I knew, and I wasn't entirely opposed to it. You said you'd kill anyone who tried to escape, Rodin reminded him. And so I will, Cregan said, baring his teeth when I turned to look at him. He'd replaced his sword with a knife and leapt into the wagon in 2 steps. I rolled over to make a run for it, but he grabbed my shirt, shoved me back down, and pressed the knife to my throat. Master Connor doesn't need all of you, and I think he needs you least of all. Suddenly, I had a motivation to be needed by Master Connor. Okay, I grumbled. You win. I'll cooperate. You're lying, Cregan said. I often lie, but not about this. I'll cooperate. Cregan smiled, pleased to have humiliated me. He replaced his knife in the sheath at his waist, then yanked me up by my collar and tossed me into the corner of the wagon. We'll see. A minute later, Connor returned to the wagon with Mott and a boy walking beside him. I squinted, certain I recognized him. He was tall and unusually thin. His hair was darker than both mine and Rodin's, but his was stringy and straight, and more in need of a trim than mine, if that was possible. The boy climbed dutifully into the back of the wagon. Connor glanced at my untied hands, and then at the thin vein of blood trickling down my neck. He eyed Cregan. Any trouble? None, sir, Cregan responded. Only I believe you'll find Sage to be more cooperative now. Connor smiled as if that was all he needed to know of the matter. I'm glad to hear it. Boys, meet Tobias. He'll be joining us in our quest. What quest? I asked. Connor shook his head. Patience, Sage. Patience is the mark of a ruler. And that was my first clue about why Connor had taken us. We were all in terrible danger. 3. I knew Tobias. He might not have known me because I'd come and gone from Gelvin's charity orphanage so quickly. But in my short stay, Tobias had stood out amongst the others. He was no ordinary orphan. He'd been educated as a child and continued to read anything he could get his hands on. He was given special privileges at the orphanage because it was felt he was one of the few with any hopes of one day making a success of his life. Tobias glanced my way. You're bleeding. I brushed at the cut mark on my neck. It's mostly stopped. That was as much concern as he wished to invest. Do I know you? I stayed here about 6 months ago. Yeah, I remember. Locked the headmaster out of the orphanage for an entire night, didn't you? The grin on my face became my confession. You have to admit, we ate well that night, for once. It's not funny, Tobias scolded. Maybe we don't eat well most of the time, but it's because there's not a lot of food to go around. You gave out a week's worth of food that night. It was a very long, very hungry week after you left. My grin faded. I hadn't known that. We rode for over an hour through a lonely plain covered in gorse and nettle. Tobias remarked that he found it beautiful in a desolate sort of way. I saw the desolation, but the beauty escaped me. Eventually it became dark enough that Mott suggested we find a place to stop for the night. The closest town was still Gelvin's behind us, rather than anything yet ahead, so I didn't think it should matter too much where we camped. But Mott still took us a ways farther until the vegetation changed, and he found a small clearing surrounded by tall willow trees and thick bushes. They're hiding us, I muttered to the other boys. Roden shook his head back at me and said, It's safer here than out in the open. They're protecting us. Mott jumped off the wagon and began shouting orders at each of us for what to unload from the wagons and where to put it. Mostly blankets, and I hoped food. I was assigned to remain in the wagon and hand things to the others on the ground. Afraid I'll run away? I asked. Any trust you get here will have to be earned, Mott said. And I'd say you have a great deal more to earn than the others. He nodded at a sack near my foot. Hand me that. Although Connor was the master of our group, Mott was clearly the one keeping our show running. He was no ordinary useless vigil. At least I noticed that he didn't need to ask Connor's permission for everything. And when Mott issued orders to Cregan, Cregan did as he was told. While we worked, Connor stationed himself on a fallen log to peruse a tattered leather-bound book. Every now and then he'd glance up, studying each of us with more than a casual examination, then return to his book. Cregan got a fire going, and afterward Mott instructed us to gather around so that Connor could talk to us. Talk to us? I said. When do we eat? We eat after the talk, Connor said, closing his book and standing. Come, boys, sit. I jumped out of the wagon and squeezed onto the edge of a log Roden and Tobias had dragged near the fire. They weren't too pleased to have me there, but didn't complain either. Latimer squatted on the ground. I considered offering him my seat since he was still coughing, but I guessed he wouldn't take it anyway. Connor coughed too, although his was the kind meant to get our attention. The cough wasn't necessary. We were already watching him. I haven't said much as to why I've collected you boys, Connor began. I'm sure in your heads you've created every sort of speculation, from the likely and plausible to the wild and impossible. What I have in mind is closer to the latter of those. Tobias sat up straighter. I already disliked him as much as Roden, even though there had been far more time for me to learn to dislike Roden. I can't deny there's danger with my plan, Connor said. If we fail, there will be terrible consequences, but if we succeed, the rewards are beyond your imagination. I wasn't sure about that. I could imagine some fairly big rewards. In the end, only one of you can be chosen. I need the boy who proves himself to be the closest fit with my plan, and my plan is very demanding and very specific. Tobias raised his hand, a sign that he'd been educated. At the orphanage I came from, a person only raised a hand if he was about to hit someone with it. Sir, what is your plan? Excellent question, Tobias, but it's also a very secret plan. So what I'd like to do first is offer any of you the chance to leave now. You may leave with no feelings of regret or cowardice. I've been very upfront about both the danger And the rewards. If you don't feel that this is for you, then this is your opportunity to leave. Rodin looked at me. I arched my eyebrows in response. He wanted me to leave, that was clear. And I would have stood right then, except for a nagging voice in my head that told me something was wrong. So I kept still. Latimer raised his hand, not because he'd been trained to, but because it had worked for Tobias. Sir, I think I'd like to leave. I'm not fit to compete with these other boys. And frankly, I'm not one to face danger, even for great rewards. Apparently, the nagging voice hadn't visited Latimer's head. Certainly you may leave. Connor politely raised a hand toward the wagon. Why don't you get back in there, and I'll have Cregan drive you to the nearest town. Tonight? The rest of us have more to discuss tonight, so yes, go right now. Latimer gave an apologetic smile to us and thanked Connor for understanding. I nodded a goodbye to him and wondered, like I'm sure Rodin and Tobias did, if it'd be smart to make the same choice. Connor hadn't said what would happen to the boys he didn't pick for his plan, nor just how dangerous things might get. Then I realized what my instincts had been trying to tell me. Mott was ahead of us, motioning Latimer toward the wagon. Where was Cregan? I stood and yelled, Latimer, stop! But my warning only gave Latimer time to turn from climbing into the wagon. His eyes widened as he saw what I had sensed. An arrow whooshed past me and pierced his chest. Latimer yelped like a wounded dog and fell backward on the ground, dead. With a furious cry, I leapt toward Cregan, who is still partially hidden in the shadows behind us, and tackled him to the ground. Cregan went for the knife at his waist, but one hand still held the bow he'd used to kill Latimer, so I got the knife first. With my body crossways over Cregan's, I started to crawl off him, but Mott lunged at me from behind and I collapsed face down into the dirt. Cregan took a deep breath, then sat up and easily wrested the knife from my hand. That was probably a good thing. I don't know what I would have done with it if Mott hadn't stopped me. You killed him! I growled, getting a taste of dirt into my mouth. Connor knelt beside me and lowered himself so that I could see his face. His voice was eerily calm. Latimer was sick, Sage. He wasn't going to get better, and I think he proved a good lesson for the rest of you. Now you can get up and rejoin the other boys, or you can take a wagon ride with Latimer. It's your choice. I thrust my jaw forward and glared at Connor, then finally said, I suppose Latimer won't be much company now. I'll stay here. Excellent decision. Connor clapped a hand on my back as if we were old friends. He nodded at Mott, who let me go, then added, I'm sure Latimer's death is a shock to you, but it was important for you three to understand the seriousness of what we are doing. When I sat up, Cregan's leg brushed roughly past me as he went to help lift Latimer's body into the wagon. Normally, I'd have kicked him in return, but for the moment I was too stunned to think. Bury him deep, Connor said. Still on the log, Tobias was pale and perfectly still. Rodin looked as if he was having trouble breathing. My breathing wasn't working any better. It didn't help that Mott had rudely pressed his knee into my back for the last couple of minutes. Connor's smile was a thin line on his face. Sage, I believe your question earlier was why we had the meeting before we ate. This is why, so we wouldn't waste our food. His eyes passed over to Rodin and Tobias. How about it then? Does anybody else want to leave? 4. Mott laid out a sack of fresh fruit and salted meat, but other than him and Connor, none of us touched it. It's your last chance until breakfast, Connor said. You'll want to keep your strength up. Rodin shook his head at Connor. He didn't look like he could stomach a bite of food anyway. Tobias had been nearly frozen since Latimer was killed. He'd barely even blinked. I'd gone numb. Literally, I felt nothing. Connor and Mott ate their meal while the rest of us sat. Slowly, the shock wore off and we began to accept that as long as we did what we were told, we'd live to see another morning. Connor offered the food to us again.
We have more traveling ahead of us, so you'll only hurt yourselves if you don't eat.
Rodin reached for the food first. He handed it to me and then Tobias. The piece of meat I took was unbearably salty and forced me into taking an apple, even though I had no appetite for it. I don't think Tobias or Rodin enjoyed their food much either. A wave of nausea threatened me every time I looked in the direction where Latimer had fallen. At the orphanage, we'd all seen our share of violence and brutality. I once saw an older boy start kicking a younger one just for rolling over onto his mattress. It took 5 of us to stop him, but Connor had told Latimer it would be safe to leave. He baited Latimer to teach us a lesson about leaving. The knowledge that Latimer had been brought along only for that purpose consumed my thoughts. If I'd figured out what was happening even a few seconds earlier, could I have stopped it? Were any of the rest of us here as no more than a lesson to the others?
Now that you've eaten, we can continue our conversation.
Connor nodded at Tobias.
Stand up. I wish to get a general understanding of who each of you is.
Tobias stood stiffly. His knees were rigid and he looked like he was about to be sick.
Tobias, you and an opponent are engaged in a sword battle. It's meant to be a battle to the death, but it's also clear that he's better than you are. Do you fight on, knowing you'll likely die, or stop the battle and beg for your opponent's mercy?
I beg mercy, Tobias said. If it's clear I won't win, then nothing is accomplished through my death. I'd hope to live and make myself stronger for the next battle.
Connor nodded at Rodin. What about you?
Rodin stood.
Fight to the death, even if it's my own. I'm a good fighter, sir, and I will not live as a coward.
Tobias flinched at that, but he said nothing. A slight smile crossed Rodin's face. He knew he'd taken an edge with his answer.
Have you been trained with a sword? Connor asked.
Rodin shrugged.
An old Carthian soldier lives near my orphanage. He used to have me do rounds with him, to keep up his skills. Did you ever win? No, but then you haven't been trained.
Connor turned to me.
Sage?
Beg mercy? Rodin snorted. I continued. Then when my opponent lowers his guard, certain of his victory, I'd finish the battle. Connor laughed.
A violation of all sportsmanship and swordplay, Tobias said.
What do I care about sportsmanship? I said. If I'm about to get killed, it's not play anymore. I won't check the rules to see if my survival fits with someone's code book of fair play.
You'd never win that way, Rodin said. Any master swordsman won't lower his guard until you're disarmed.
Connor didn't say he was a master swordsman, I said. Only that he was better than me. And yes, I would win.
Connor walked closer to me. Stand when I address you.
I obeyed. Connor was taller than me by several inches and stood closer than I liked, but I refused to step back. It occurred to me that he was testing to see whether I would.
Are you standing straight? Connor asked. You slouch so much I might mistake you for a hunchback, and with all that hair in your face, you might be a criminal too.
I straightened but made no attempt to push the hair out of my eyes. I could see him just fine, which was all I cared about. Connor asked,
Who do you look like, your mother or father?
It's hard to say, sir. It's been a long time since I've seen myself in a mirror.
You have a clever tongue and an arrogant tilt to your head. I'm surprised Mrs. Turbledy hasn't beaten it out of you.
You mustn't blame her. She beat me the best she could.
You're a trick to figure out, Sage. Would you ever be on my side even if I chose you above the other boys?
I'm only on my side. Your trick will be convincing me that helping you helps me.
What if I did?
Connor asked.
How far would you go to win?
The better question, sir, is how far you will go to win. I looked him steadily in the eyes as I spoke, although his back was to the fire and his eyes were set in shadow. You killed Latimer, so we know you're willing to murder to win.
I am.
Connor backed up, speaking to all of us again.
And I'm willing to lie, to cheat, and to steal, I'm willing to commend my soul to the devils if necessary because I believe there is exoneration in my cause. I need one of you to conduct the greatest fraud ever perpetrated within the country of Carthia. This is a lifetime commitment. It will never be safe to back down from my plan and tell the truth. To do so would destroy not only you, but the entire country, and you will do it to save Carthia.
To save Carthia? Tobias asked. How?
Later, Connor said. Until then, boys, Mott has laid out a blanket for each of you by the fire. Tonight we sleep, and sleep well, because tomorrow our work will begin.
I chose the blanket closest to me. Rodin lay near me and wrapped his blanket tightly around him.
Remember when I said I never won rounds against that old soldier?
He asked. Without waiting for an answer, Rodin added,
It's because I knew he'd stop if I won. I'm good with a sword.
Maybe you can use some of those skills to get us out of here, I mumbled.
You saw what he did to Latimer?
Rodin was silent for several minutes, then whispered,
They just killed him. Told him he was safe to go. Then they killed him. What is Connor planning that would make him willing to kill?
He's planning a revolution, I whispered back.
Connor is going to use one of us to overthrow the kingdom.
5. Sometime during the night, I tried to roll over in my blanket. A tug on my ankle awoke me, and I sat up to find myself chained to Mott, who was sleeping beside me. I grabbed a pebble and flung it at Mott's face. His eyes flew open and he sat up, glaring at me.
What?
He snarled. You chained me up? I said. Not the others? Only me?
The others won't run. You might.
Mott lay back down.
Go to sleep or I'll knock you out cold.
I've got to go.
Go where?
To go. I'd have just taken care of it myself, but it looks like you want to come along. Mott cursed.
Wait for morning.
Wish I could. I've been cursed with my mother's pea-sized bladder. Mott sat up again, fumbled on the ground for the keys to the chain, then unlocked himself. He grabbed his sword and directed me to stand, then escorted me over the cold ground to some bushes a little ways from camp.
Go here.
I did my business, then we walked back to camp. Mott grabbed the collar of my shirt and shoved me back onto my blanket.
You ever wake me in the night again and I'll hurt you.
As long as you have me chained, prepare for waking up a lot in the night, I said. I'm not a quiet sleeper. He replaced the chain, tightening it, I noticed, from what it had been before. I stretched and yawned and rolled over, pulling my chained leg as far forward as I could. Mott yanked it back. Even though I knew I'd pay for it the next day, I couldn't help but grin as I pulled my leg forward again. Surprisingly, that morning Mott made no mention of the previous night. I got a kick awake, but so did Rodin. Tobias was up walking around, so he must have been awake already, and smirked a little to see Rodin and me groan in our blankets. Rodin seemed to have recovered from the shock of Latimer's murder last night, or at least, he was back to his old self, assuring Tobias and me as we cleaned up that he intended to be the boy Connor chose. Tobias and I glanced at each other. Tobias's expression was clear. He intended to win too, only he clearly planned on pursuing that goal more quietly than Rodin.
I have bread for breakfast,
Connor announced.
A mouthful for any boy who correctly answers my questions.
He broke off a piece of bread and asked,
Who are the current king and queen of Carthia?
Egbert and Corinne, I said quickly. Tobias laughed. King Egbert is correct, but the queen is Erin. Connor tossed the bread to Tobias, which I thought was unfair. I'd already given him half the answer, yet he got the entire bite. Connor broke off another piece, then asked,
How many regions sit in King Egbert's court?
Tobias guessed 10, but Connor said that was incorrect. Neither Rodin nor I answered.
The correct answer is 20. Connor said. No matter how many nobles or wealth or stature exist in the land, there are always 20 regents given a seat in the court. They advise the king, although Egbert too often ignores his regents. He popped the bread in his mouth, then took another piece while he chewed. After swallowing, he asked, "How many sons does King Egbert have?" "2," I answered. "Wrong again," Tobias said. "There is one, the Crown Prince Darius. There were 2 until 4 years ago when the younger son, Prince Jaron, was lost during a sea voyage." Connor tossed the bread to Tobias, and then said to me, "Your accent is Avenian, so you're not originally from Carthia. What brought you from Avenia to Carthia?" "That orphanage was the farthest away I could get from my family," I said. "Are your parents still alive?" he asked. "I have not sought out any information on them for some time," I said. "As far as I know, I'm completely alone in this world." "Avenia is a violent country," Connor said. "If disease doesn't strike, bandits will. Few live to old age in Avenia." "Consider me an orphan," I said. "An orphan of family and of country. Is loyalty to Carthia a requirement for you?" Connor nodded. "It's a must. It will take you more effort to learn facts about this country, which Rodin and Tobias have grown up knowing. Are you up to learning?" I shrugged. "Tell me about the regents." Connor rewarded my question with a chunk of bread, and then said, "I am one of the 20 regents, albeit a minor one. My father was a man of great influence in the court, so upon his recent death I inherited my position in the court. 13 of the regents inherited their positions. The other 7 earned them through great acts of service to the king. 3 of the regents are women. 2 are old men whose sons can't wait for them to die to take their places. For every regent in the court, there are 5 nobles in Carthia who would love to see them fall from grace, so that another Carthian can be brought into council with the king. All of the regents claim loyalty to the king, but few actually practice it. The secret none of them keep very well is that they wish to have the throne for themselves." "Does that include you?" Rodin's question was not rewarded with bread. Connor pressed his lips together and then said, "As I told you, my status in the court is minor. It's useless for me to aspire to the throne. It would be taken over 100 times before I attained enough power to acquire it." "He didn't ask whether you'd get the throne," I said. "He asked whether you wanted it." Connor smiled. "Is there anyone who bows to the throne and does not wish that he was the one who sat on it? Tell me, Sage, have you ever lain on the hard floor of the orphanage, staring at the stars through cracks in the ceiling, and wondered what it would be like to be king?" I couldn't deny that. Beside me, Rodin and Tobias were nodding their heads. In the few moments at night before sleep came upon us, when all orphans do their best dreaming, we'd all thought about it. Connor continued his lesson. "Second in power to the king is the High Chamberlain, Lord Kerwin, but Kerwin is a servant to the king and could not become king himself. The most powerful of the regents is the prime regent, a man named Santhias Veldegrath. He's ruthless in his ambition. He's climbed the ladder of power by destroying those with influence greater than his. I suspect there are more than a dozen nobles either dead or in the king's prison because of Veldegrath. He wants the crown and works the king's armies to his favor. If anything were ever to happen to the royal family, Veldegrath would be the first to reach for the throne. The other regents would either bow to his will or send Carthia into civil war in pursuit of their own ambitions." "I know of Veldegrath," Tobias said. "He owned the land my grandmother lived on. One day a messenger came round and told her the rent would be doubled. She hated him to the end of her life." "He has his enemies, yes, but he also has powerful friends. Veldegrath has no compassion for the people, and will suck every good thing from Carthia to himself until it's swallowed up." "So which do you prefer?" Tobias asked. "A reign of Veldegrath, or civil war? Neither. That is why you are here. Connor tossed the remaining bread to the ground for us to divide amongst ourselves, then brushed his hands together and said to Mott and Cregan, "Wipe away any trace of our being here as best you can. I wish to leave within the hour." Roden and Tobias dove for the bread, but I stayed where I was, watching Connor walk back to the cart. The hints he left for us about his plan were not subtle. It was clear what he wanted, but there was obviously some crucial information he was still leaving out. I didn't dare wonder what that might be. Connor met my gaze as he passed by and stopped walking. He gave me an appraising look as we stood there, then slowly nodded his head before walking on. I closed my eyes, horrified that my suspicions might be true. Connor was holding us on the brink of treason. 6. Connor lectured us about Carthia for nearly the entire ride to wherever we were going that morning. He faced backward in the wagon seat while Mott drove and Cregan did vigil duty from the rear. He pointed out the various towns all over Carthia, gesturing their direction from us and describing in detail the qualities of the different large cities. "Triliad is that way," he said, pointing to the south, "the capital of Carthia and home of the royal family. Have any of you ever been there?" Tobias spoke up. "My father brought me there when I was very young, but I don't remember it." "I've been there too, but it was some time ago," I added. "Tried to steal a pigeon from the king's dovecote. It didn't work out so well." They laughed, which was odd since I hadn't meant it as a joke. I'd been hungry at the time and barely escaped without being detected. Sprained my ankle in a fall as I ran that didn't heal for a week. I'd been to many of the towns he spoke of. It was clear that I was better traveled than either Roden or Tobias. Roden said he'd been born somewhere in southern Carthia and left on the steps of the orphanage in Benton. He had no idea who his parents were or anything about them. He'd never left Benton until Connor came for him. Tobias said that he had been born in a town near Gelvins, but his mother died at birth and his father died of disease a few years later. His grandmother had taken over his care afterward, but after she died 2 years ago, he'd been sent to the orphanage. "Who educated you?" Connor asked him. "My grandmother. She worked for a man who had a vast library and let her borrow a different book each week to read to me. I miss the books almost as much as I miss her." "Do you read?" Connor asked Roden, who shook his head. "I've always wanted to, though," Roden said. "I'm good on my feet and thought maybe I'd join the king's army, but to rise in rank, I'd be expected to read." "So you're a patriot," Connor said admiringly. "Then we shall have to teach you to read. What about you, Sage? Can you read?" I shrugged. "Didn't you already ask me that?" "You chose to insult me last time rather than answer," Connor said. "I don't expect you've had much education." "My father said a person can be educated and still be stupid, and a wise man can have no education at all." "Your father was a worthless musician," Connor said. "It sounds to me like he was both stupid and without education." "And Mrs. Turbledy told me your mother was a barmaid? I hate to think of the education she might have given you." I stared at my hands resting on my knees. "If you can give me anything worth reading, I'll make my way through it." "Who amongst you rides a horse, in a gentleman's style?" Again, none of us answered. I'd ridden a horse several times before, but in all my recent experience, it was usually stolen and always in an attempt to escape the horse's owner. That probably wasn't a gentleman's style. "I hardly dare ask whether any of you have been taught your manners and other social graces." "I have. A little," Tobias said. Roden actually laughed at Connor's question, though he quickly corrected himself. "Master Connor, make me into a gentleman. I'll learn." "You will all learn," Connor said. "And at the end of the next 2 weeks, I intend to make each of you into a gentleman, so flawless in your learning, you could pass as a noble before the king himself." "We're going to see the king?" I asked. Connor shook his head. I didn't say that. Only that you could stand in front of him and make him believe you are a noble.
Roden looked over at me and smiled. I didn't share his enthusiasm. 2 weeks? I asked. What's the hurry?
Connor locked eyes with me. Because that's when the boy I choose will be tested.
Tobias cleared his throat, and then asked, What happened to the other 2 boys, sir? The 2 boys who you don't choose?
Connor looked at each one of us before answering. When he spoke, he only said, 2 weeks, boys. Pray you are the one I choose.
Then he turned his back to us, and we continued riding. Tobias, Roden, and I looked at one another. Cregan read the unspoken conversation and chuckled. Roden seemed a little more pale again. Tobias lost any expression on his face whatsoever, as if he'd turned to stone. Undoubtedly, we were all remembering how casually Connor had ordered Latimer's death, and then had quickly justified it based on the higher moral status of his plan. He would choose his winner in 2 weeks, and most likely the other 2 boys would follow Latimer's fate at the same time. 7. It was late afternoon when our wagon pulled up to a large estate several miles outside the town of Tithio. An engraved wooden sign at the entrance identified this as Connor's home. It rose 2 stories above the ground with a partial 3rd floor arching over the center of the house. The roof was nearly flat and bordered by a low parapet. I wondered if any stairways led up to the rooftop for what was certain to be an impressive view of Connor's extensive grounds. The building was made of thick tan bricks and cut stone. This alone was impressive, since it didn't look like there were any quarries in this region of Carthia, meaning the rocks would have had to come from some distance away. Veins of a thin ledge ran between the 1st and 2nd floor. I counted nearly 20 windows just in the front of the house. The orphanage in Carchar didn't have a single window. Connor stood and gestured toward the estate.
Welcome to my home, boys. I call it Farthenwood. It was my father's home and the home of my childhood. I know its every secret, and dearly love to come here whenever I can get away from the king's business in Drilliad. This will be your home as well for the next 2 weeks. I have arranged everything in advance of our arrival. I'm sure you have many questions, but we have other business first.
A line of servants had assembled in front of the wagon. A few quickly took control of the horses, and one helped Connor out of the wagon, bowing to him afterward as if he were a royal. Cregan gestured to us to leave the wagon, and when we did, Connor presented us each with a servant.
Follow your man to a warm bath and a change of clean clothes. He cast an eye on me. Some of you require more scrubbing than usual, so stay in the bath as long as you must. Once you are presentable, you may join me for a hot supper that I suspect will be the finest meal any of you have ever eaten.
Roden and Tobias followed their servants into the estate. I followed mine behind them as we entered Farthenwood. The entry was massive, and well lit by windows and a large chandelier directly above us. The plaster walls were decorated with beautiful murals of countryside scenes. A tapestry hanging near me depicted dozens of names and faces, probably Connor's family tree. "What's your name?" I asked the servant. He hesitated at first, as if he wasn't sure whether he should answer, and then said,
"Errol, sir."
Errol looked like the kind of young man who might never grow enough facial hair to actually require a shave. He had boyish features and a bit of curl in his light blonde hair. I suspected that if the fables about the existence of elves were true, Errol would turn out to be one of them. "I'm Sage. My companions on this trip will assure you I am no sir. Connor seems to think he owns me too, which makes me a servant much like you. So let's keep everything on a first-name basis."
"Forgive me, but I've been instructed to call you sir," Errol said, "so you should get used to hearing it."
I tugged on the rag that served as my shirt. My entire fist could easily have fit through a tear in the fabric near my hip. "With me dressed this way, How can you call me that without laughing? Errol glanced sideways at me and smiled crookedly.
It isn't easy, sir.
When I asked, Errol told me that the rooms off to the left were for a few of the choice servants, such as Mott and Cregan. They also housed a kitchen and other work areas. To the right were rooms for other servants, which several of them shared. I figured Errol's was one of those rooms. A grand staircase rose up from the center of the entry. It was lined with tall beeswax candles and was carpeted in a weave so fine I bent down and ran my fingers over it. Ahead of me, I heard Rodin's servant tell Rodin that with my dirty hands, he'd have to scrub that area of carpet now. Out of spite, I made sure I left a mark there. The second floor consisted of rooms on alternating sides of a long hallway. I think several of my orphanages could fit in here, Rodin said. Connor's a rich man, that's for sure, Tobias added. Why does he need so many rooms? I asked. Errol smiled.
If he had fewer rooms, there wouldn't be enough cleaning for all of us to do.
I laughed loudly, which earned a glare from the other two servants. In a quieter voice, Errol continued.
Master Connor often has guests. He wishes to impress his wealth upon them, and usually does.
He said he's a regent in the court. Has the king ever been here?
The king has not, but the queen came once when traveling with her courtiers.
I've heard she's not very pretty, I said. Errol looked at me like I'd slapped him.
Whoever told you that was lying,
he said, as if personally offended.
Queen Erin is a strikingly beautiful woman. Master Connor himself has often commented on that.
Is Connor married?
No, sir. He loved a woman once, but that didn't work out.
Do you know why we've been brought here? I asked. Connor said he has a plan.
If I knew, it wouldn't be my place to say it.
Errol's eyes darted around as he spoke. You don't have to tell me, I said quickly. The last thing I wanted was to make Errol afraid to talk to me. I was just curious.
All we hear as servants are rumors and bits of the whole story, Errol said. You couldn't trust the little I know anyway.
No, I agreed, then changed the subject. How long have you served Connor?
I came here when I was 10, sir, half my life ago.
So he wasn't much older than me, and yet he addressed me as sir. Are you working off a debt to him?
My family's debts. Perhaps another 10 years, then I'll be free to go.
Do you like it here? Errol nodded.
If you do what Connor wants, he's a good master.
What if you don't do what he wants?
Connor sent a messenger ahead. I heard about you.
Errol smiled and added,
I fear you may find out the answer to that question for yourself.
That made me smile as well. You won't get any more trouble from me. It's becoming very clear what happens to those who cross him.
Yes, sir.
Errol stopped at a door.
You'll share a bedroom with the other boys, but your bath will be in here.
He opened the door to reveal a nice-sized room that looked as if it had been converted for use in bathing. The decorations here were soft and feminine, but it didn't appear to be anyone's current living quarters, so I assumed this was a guest room. I was tempted to throw myself down on the bed near a far wall for a nap, but given how dirty I was, they'd probably have to burn the bed afterward. Errol tugged at my shirt to prompt me to undress for the bath, but I jumped away from him and said, I bathe in private. Errol smiled again.
If you will pardon the observation, sir, it doesn't appear that you bathe at all.
I laughed. Well, I won't start by having my bath with company.
My instructions are to bring you to supper as clean as a nobleman's son. I'll wait outside if you wish, but when you come out, if you are not that clean, we'll return to that bath again. I obey the master's wishes, not yours.
This time Errol was not smiling as he closed the door. You can relax out there, I called to him. I'll be a while. I looked for a way to lock the door but found none, so I dragged a heavy chair to the door and braced it beneath the door handle.
The room had a window balcony at the back of the house. I tiptoed out onto it and looked around.
A gardener was working below me, but his head was bent down to the flowers. Probably not a great risk of him looking up. The exterior of Connor's home was built from rock, with a thin ledge marking each floor. It was a long fall to the ground, but there were a lot of ways to make sure I didn't fall. I swung my body onto the balustrade, balancing myself against the outside wall. Bracing my foot against the angled curve of a rock, I dug my fingers into the crevice of another rock and climbed. 8. Errol was calling my name when I returned to the room, sweaty and tired. I hadn't been gone long, just enough to have a look over Connor's grounds for myself. Still, I wondered how long he'd been calling for me. "Must have fallen asleep," I called back to him, splashing some water with my hand. "What do you need?" "Your water must be cold by now," he said. "May I come refill it?" The water was cold, but it was also perfectly clean, and I was filthier than when he'd left me. "The water is fine," I said, undressing as quickly and quietly as I could. "I won't be too much longer." "The other boys left their baths long ago." "Yes, but they were probably cleaning themselves while I was sleeping. Give me a few moments." I dove into the water and scrubbed everything that would show outside my clothes. A thick stack of new clothes from Errol waited for me beside the tub. They were a gentleman's clothes, and probably cost Connor a fair amount of silver to purchase for all three of us. Mine had a linen shirt that laced up the front somehow, a soft leather half-sleeved vest with carved bone buttons, long linen pants, and a pair of calf-high boots. I didn't think much of my skin would show. That was only my first bath, because after I emerged from the room, Errol inspected my arms above the sleeves and observed that I still smelled like an orphanage. He insisted on scrubbing me the second time. "The water is freezing," he said. "You like your bath this way?" "It's colder now," I said grumpily, and I never said I preferred it, only that it was fine. Errol's gentle manners were not reflected in his bathing assistants. It surprised me how much dirt came off the second time. While he busied himself with a brush on the bottom of my feet, I looked at my fingernails. "I don't remember them ever being this color," I said, then yanked my foot away. "That tickles. Are you finished yet? I don't like having a man help me with my bath." Errol grinned. "Shall I have a woman sent in?" I laughed and told Errol I wouldn't need anyone's help for my future baths. Obviously, Master Connor has a different standard of clean than the orphanage did. Now that I know you want the entire body washed, I'll make the necessary adjustments. After we finished, I sent Errol out while I redressed. I had to admit that he'd done a good job. It was possible I'd never been so clean. "Where are my old clothes?" I asked Errol after I'd finished dressing. "Off to be burnt, I'd guess. They're not fit for much else." "Get them," I said firmly, and then added, "Just as they were before, Errol. Exactly as they were." Errol considered that for a moment, then said, "I can get them back, I suppose. If you do, I'll see that you get a silver coin for the service." Errol tilted his head. "Where would you get it?" "That's a small detail and my concern, not yours. But it would buy months off your debt to Connor." I widened my arms. "These clothes aren't mine and they're not me. I suspect I'll want those other clothes back in 2 weeks." Errol shrugged. "I'll see what I can do. Now come, the master is expecting you at supper." Connor had bathed and shaved as well. He cleaned up nicely, now looking more like a noble and less like a road-weary traveler. Roden and Tobias were already seated when I walked in. The small dining room appeared to be reserved for everyday meals and more intimate affairs. It was clearly designed to impress whoever ate here with an idea of Connor's wealth. I couldn't help but do the math on how much a clever thief might earn from stealing a polished silver fork or a gold-rimmed goblet, or a single crystal hanging in beads from the sconces on the wall. "Sit, please," Connor said, motioning to the plate at his left. Tobias was at his right, and Roden was beside Tobias. Roden was clearly distressed that I had been seated closer to Connor than him. As soon as I sat, servants began bringing in the food. They started with cheese as soft as butter and fruit in the prime of ripeness. At the orphanage, we got the leftovers from the kitchens of the wealthy after they were too wilted or brown to be served at their tables, usually within minutes of the scraps turning to mold. Connor was served first, but he waited for the rest of us to be served before he began. Although I was served second, I assumed I had to follow the same guideline. It was a horrible temptation to ignore Connor's example and begin eating. My senses were overwhelmed by glorious smells on my plate and others coming from the kitchen. "Do you eat like this all the time?" I asked enthusiastically.
"All the time," Connor said. "Would you like a life of this luxury?"
"This exceeds any expectation I might have had for my life," I answered.
"It's a humble meal compared to a king's feast," Connor said.
"But who'd need a king's feast if they had all this?" Rodin asked as his plate was served. Then he looked at Connor, knowing he'd made a mistake, but not sure exactly what it was. He searched for the words to correct himself, and failed. Tobias took his opening. "I'd need a king's feast." A girl reached over my shoulder and set a bowl of burnt orange-colored soup in front of me. She had dark brown hair pulled into a single braid down her back. She wasn't necessarily beautiful, but something about her was definitely interesting. Her eyes fascinated me the most, warm and brown, but haunted, maybe afraid. She frowned when she caught me looking at her, and returned to serving the others. "Thank you," I said, getting her attention again. "What kind of soup is it?" I waited for her to answer my question, but none came. Maybe in Connor's home the servants were not permitted to speak at his table. I turned away quickly, hoping I hadn't gotten her into trouble. Connor prattled on, telling us what we could expect to eat for dinner that evening. Crisp bread still steaming from the oven, glazed roasted duck with meat so tender it could be cut with a spoon, fruit pudding chilled from an underground cooler. I heard him, but continued to watch the girl as she refilled drinks for each of us. When she leaned to refill Tobias's cup, another servant bumped her with his shoulder, and a little water splashed onto Tobias's lap. Connor glared at her, irritated. I opened my mouth to defend her, but she handed him another napkin and hurried from the room before anything could be said. When we were all dished up, Connor picked up the spoon at the top of his plate and said, "This is your soup spoon. It is for the soup and only for the soup." Following his direction, I grabbed my spoon, trying to hold it the same way he did. It was an awkward, uncomfortable position. Maybe gentlemen had to feed themselves this way. Poverty-stricken orphans didn't. I was used to holding my spoon the same way I might grip an axe. "You eat with your left hand?" Connor asked me. "That's unacceptable. Can you do it with your right?" "Can you do it with your left?" I countered. Connor sounded offended. "No." "Yet you asked me to switch to my right." "Just do it." I switched hands but made no attempt to imitate Connor's delicate grip with this hand. Instead, with my axe grip, I went straight for the soup. "No, Sage," Connor said. "Scoop the soup into your spoon by pushing the liquid away from you, like this." He demonstrated, and added, "That way, if you spill, it will go onto the table, not onto your lap." The last bowl of soup I'd eaten had been consumed by my holding both sides of the bowl and drinking it as from a cup. My right hand was sloppy, and as soon as Connor looked away, I switched back to my left. He noticed, but said nothing. Connor corrected Rodin on how to hold his spoon. "It's not a hammer, boy," he lectured Tobias on leaning over his bowl. "Bring the food to your mouth, not the mouth to your food." But he said nothing else to me about manners. I suspected he'd given up. Following the soup, we had some bread and more cheese. Connor demonstrated the use of the cheese slicer and bread knives. I thought both of those were obvious, so I didn't pay much attention. Rodin and Tobias seemed captivated. The girl who had caught my attention before returned to clear our soup bowls and the bread and cheese while other servants brought us the main course. She frowned at me again, which bothered me because I didn't see what I possibly could have done so soon to irritate her this much. "I'm already full," Tobias said.
"It's considered rude to say that," Connor said. "A host plans to serve his guests throughout the entire meal and does not want to think that he is forcing half his meal down their throats."
Tobias apologized and said his dinner smelled good, which Connor also seemed to think was a little rude. I didn't think Tobias meant to be rude. It's just that the way he said certain things made him sound haughty. I was plenty hungry, even after the first 2 courses. It had been nearly 2 days since I'd eaten anything substantial, and months since I'd ever eaten enough to consider myself full. Food is considered a luxury in Carthian orphanages. They operate on whatever money an orphan inherited upon the deaths of his parents, which inevitably is little more than the shirt on his back after debts were settled. Private donations come in from time to time by wealthy citizens hoping to buy forgiveness for their favorite sins. And like what had just happened to the 3 of us, an orphan was sometimes purchased from the orphanage by a wealthy family to be a servant until his debt was worked off. Since there was so little to eat, we learned to eat fast and to eat selfishly, which was why I hadn't understood Mrs. Turbledy's anger about my stealing that roast yesterday. It was meant for all of us. The final course was dessert, a cherry tart with cinnamon and sugar sprinkled on it. The same girl returned who had served me before, but this time I gave her no extra notice. Even if she had difficulties here, I had plenty of my own to worry about. I needed to focus on Connor, who had yet to reveal the worst of his intentions for us.
"Leave the room now," Connor ordered all his servants. "I won't need you again until we've finished our supper."
When the last of the servants closed the doors, Connor set his knife and fork down and clasped his hands together.
"We've come to it at last,"
he said, looking over each of us carefully.
"I am ready to tell you my plan."
The False Prince, Disc 2. 9. An hour seemed to pass before Connor continued. When he finally did, it was in hushed tones, as if he expected the servants' ears were pressed against the doors of our room.
"Some of you may believe you've already guessed my plan," he began, "but I assure you it is not treason. Indeed, in a roundabout way, it may prevent treason in King Ecbert's court. Carthia is on the brink of civil war, and very few citizens are aware of it. A major change is coming to this country."
"What is it?" Tobias asked. We all had that same question, but Connor's glare reflected his irritation at being interrupted.
"I will come to that in a moment," he said. "Do you remember what I told you about Veldegrath? He has long planned for this day, and even now has begun to amass those loyal to him so that he can force the rest of us to give him the king's crown. But other regions are also aspiring to the crown. They are quietly gathering their supporters. In 2 weeks, war will erupt in Carthia. It will split the country along lines of loyalty or alliances, and may pit families against each other, friends against friends, and town against town. Thousands will inevitably die in that war. Avenia, the country of your origin, Sage, is watching closely, waiting for an opportunity to strike. They are hungry for our rich farmlands and the minerals our mountains provide. When Carthia is weakest and most divided, Avenia will strike and swallow up Carthia with the force of a tidal wave. Avenia is a cesspool at best. In a generation, we'll be no better."
Connor tilted his head at me.
"Don't pretend to look horrified at my words, Sage. You know my description of Avenia is true."
"It is," I quietly agreed. "Then you hope to prevent the civil war," Tobias said. "But you said yourself that you could never hope to become king."
"Do you remember this morning when I asked how many heirs King Ecbert has?" Connor said. "What was your answer, Sage?"
2, but as Tobias pointed out, I was wrong. There is only the Crown Prince Darius still alive, Ecbert's younger son was lost at sea.
The younger son was named Jaren. Since coming to court, I've been told many stories about him, some of which could not possibly be true with the castle still standing in one piece.
I heard he set fire to the throne room as a child, Tobias said.
And he challenged the king of Mendenwall to a duel of honor when he was 10 years old, Rodin added. He lost, of course, but not by much, so the story goes.
We've all heard the stories, I snapped. What's the point?
Let me finish, Connor said. 4 years ago, when he was nearly 11 years of age, Jaren was to be sent north to the country of Bymar, always a friend to Carthia. He was sent there not only to be educated abroad, but frankly, to stop embarrassing the king and queen. However, on the way, his ship was attacked by pirates. There were no survivors. Pieces of the boat washed ashore for months, but Jaren's body was never found.
I did hear about this once, I said. Avenia was accused of hiring the pirates. If King Ecbert had any proof, he would have gone to war.
At least you know about your own country, Connor said. It probably was Avenia. Piracy is certainly their style. Some say the pirates have more power than the Avenian king. But Ecbert couldn't rule out the possibility that as a border country to Avenia, Galin had hired them. Both countries have easy access to the waters where Jaren's ship went down.
My father followed that news carefully, I said. He didn't want war, no matter what else was sacrificed. If he was still alive, my father would have been honored to fight on behalf of Carthia, Tobias said. I'm not the son of a coward. It would have felt good to defend my father's honor by punching Tobias in the face. But although my father was not a coward, he would have avoided being in a war at any cost. That fact was one of the last things he and I ever fought about.
3 regents have made the trip to Issel, the seaport town from which Prince Jaren's ship launched. They seek any proof of his death, or his life.
His life? Rodin sat forward in his chair. Is it possible Jaren's alive?
A body has never been found, Rodin, but if Prince Jaren were alive, then he would be next in line for the throne. Not Veldegrath or any other noble could claim it, and Carthia would be saved from civil war. Then Avenia would not attack.
But it's irrelevant, Tobias said. Ecbert and Eren rule now. Eventually, Crown Prince Darius will take the throne.
Connor leaned in closer to us. And this is the greatest secret of your lives thus far. They are dead. All 3 of the royal family. The few of us who know the truth have said the royal family is on a diplomatic mission to Galin. Meanwhile, their bodies secretly lie far beneath the castle.
We sat there, beyond shock and too horrified to breathe. The news that not just one, but all 3 royals were dead was impossible to bear. My stomach grew queasy at the thought of it, but I pushed those feelings down. How did they die? I whispered.
Murder. We believe they were administered some sort of poison at supper. They never awoke.
Any suspects? Rodin asked. Connor dismissed his question with the wave of his hand.
Don't be naive. Ecbert had many enemies, and frankly I wouldn't trust most of his friends. I believe all 3 family members were intended victims, clearing the path for a noble to become king.
So was it Veldegrath? I asked.
A lot of regents suspect him, but there's no evidence of it, Connor said. We shall see who puts themselves forward to be king, and then judge.
And you hope to find Prince Jaren and stop the nobles from fighting over the throne, Tobias said.
Not exactly, Connor said. Prince Jaren is long dead, and I can prove it.
How? I asked.
Connor smiled. I'm afraid for now I must ask you to trust me on that. It's my secret, and mine alone. However, since the regents are unaware of my proof, their trip to Issel is only to end any official doubt before another king is chosen. That is where you come in. Because you see, many Carthians have small hopes that Jaren is alive. Nobody has seen him for nearly 4 years. He would be 14 today, about the same age as you boys. Surely the three of you have noticed certain physical similarities between one another? He paused a moment, and his smile widened. You also have similarities in appearance to Prince Jaren as he might look today. My plan is simple, really. I intend to convince the court that Prince Jaren is one of you.
10. A long silence followed Connor's announcement. This was worse than my darkest suspicions of why Connor might have taken us, and I was at a complete loss for what to do next. At best, the plan was lunacy, and at least, it was treason, no matter how forcibly Connor denied it. No sane person could hope to turn an orphan into a prince in 2 weeks. And a person would have to be even crazier to think that this orphan could then convince an entire court he was a long-lost prince. Tobias politely voiced these same concerns, but was waved off by Connor, who asked,
Do you always think small, boy?
Tobias swallowed. No, sir.
Do you think this is too ambitious?
Tobias found his courage. It seems like what you want would be impossible.
Nothing's impossible. I haven't come to this plan lightly or without a great deal of thought. But to succeed, I must have a boy who believes this can happen.
I believe it, Rodin said. I snorted. Connor turned to me.
You don't believe it's possible?
Just because it's possible doesn't mean it's wise. With arched eyebrows, Connor said, And you claim to have this wisdom. I claim to have nothing, sir.
That is a good starting place. Now, Tobias, stand up.
Tobias stood, looking as nervous as if he were about to be asked the one most important question in the world, and he had no answer. As it turned out, Connor planned on doing all the talking. Connor said,
You have the right shade of hair. The face is a little narrower than I would have expected for the prince, but the resemblance has potential. Your height is acceptable and build is trim, like the queen's. I like that you have education, but you are not as quick a thinker as I would want. If someone were to question you with an answer you did not know, I fear you might hesitate and spoil the plan.
Tobias reacted to Connor's assessment like he'd been punched. I couldn't understand why it bothered him so much. None of what Connor said were things Tobias had any control over, and it wasn't like Connor would find anyone he considered a perfect candidate. Next, Connor ordered Rodin to stand.
Less of a resemblance to the prince when he was last seen, but a strong resemblance to the queen's family, so we may convince people of your identity. Your ambition and determination is admirable, though you often lack confidence when necessary. You are completely uneducated, which may also prove a problem. However, you're physically strong, which will give you an advantage with the sword and on horseback.
Connor told him he could sit, but Rodin remained standing and said, Sir, now that I know what it is you're seeking, I can make myself into this prince.
Sit,
Connor repeated, unimpressed by Rodin's pleas. He nodded his head at me and I stood.
You have the entirely wrong color of hair, though we might color it over with the proper dyes. You show a preference for the left hand when it absolutely must be the right. Nor are you as tall or strong as one might expect from the son of King Egbert. You look the youngest of the 3 boys, though any of you will have to lie about your exact age. How are you at learning accents?
You ask if I can learn a Carthian accent in 2 weeks? I asked.
You cannot claim the throne of Carthia while sounding like an Evenian.
It doesn't matter, I said. I don't want the throne. Choose Rodin or Tobias, and I'll leave and go where you'll never see me again. Connor's face twisted in anger.
Do you think I care a devil's inch what you want? You are here because despite a few physical setbacks, you have seeds of the personality I might expect for Prince Jaren. If we can weed out your bad manners and defiant nature, I suspect you could convince the nobles that you are him.
If you weed those out, then there's nothing left of me, I said. You'd strip those away and find I'm as boring as Tobias or predictable as Rodin. Why don't you take their physical similarities to the prince and give them a personality? It was a rhetorical question. I didn't actually think either of them could adopt a personality. Prince Jaren was a fighter, Connor said. You've done nothing but fight since we met. And if you try to use me for this fraud, then I'll continue fighting, I said. You don't want a prince. You want a puppet. You've taken on this plan in secret. Why? Maybe you can't sit on the throne, but you plan to rule from behind it. Put Rodin on the throne. He'll happily let you guide his arms and feed him with the words he should say next. I won't. Lower your voice, Connor said. I have no intention of ruling. Of course, at the end of 2 weeks, none of you will know enough about ruling to take that on alone. I will be there, to guide you as an advisor, to protect you, and to guard our secret. When you are ready to rule alone, I will serve in any capacity you choose for me. Connor held out a hand to me. I'm offering to make you the son of Carthia, brighter than the moon and stars combined, and you will take the throne, knowing that you have pulled your country back from the brink of war. How can you refuse this opportunity, Sage? Carthia is not my country, I said, reaching for the doors to leave. Frankly, I hope Avinia destroys it. 11. Mott was waiting alone on the other side of the doors. Obviously, he knew what would be discussed in there and had chased the other servants away. I stopped when I saw him, cringing a bit as I waited for him to clunk me over the head or commit some other act to force me back into Connor's dining room. There was no cowardice in my nervousness. His hits came without mercy, but he only nodded at me. You clean up well, for an orphan. I had help. Where were you going? I scratched an itch on my face. Didn't really think that through yet. Somewhere I can be alone. Mott apparently had no inclinations to leave me alone. He put an arm on my shoulder and steered me down the hallway. Come with me. We walked outside to a courtyard in the rear of Farthenwood, lined with torches that flickered in the breeze. On one wall were several swords. Each was different. One had a longer blade, another was thinner, another was jagged on one side. The tangs varied, from swords with a simple metal grip to ones wrapped in leather or crowned in jewels. One might appeal to a lifelong warrior, another to a mercenary. I suspected that one of these was supposed to appeal to a prince. Choose one, he said. How do I know the one that's right for me? It's the one that calls to you, Mott said. I reached for one with a medium-sized blade with a wide, fuller groove down the length. The hilt was wrapped in dark brown leather, and a circle of deep red rubies was set into the pommel. Almost as soon as I grabbed it, the sword fell from my grasp and landed on the ground. Mott darted forward and retrieved it, like I'd committed some sort of sin by dropping the sword. This is obviously too heavy for you, he said. Choose another one. It was heavier than it looked, but it's fine now, I said, lifting it with both hands. I chose it because it called to me. Why? I smiled. It has rubies on it. I could sell those for a lot of money. Try it, and I'll use this same sword to run you through as punishment. Have you ever held a sword before? Sure. I'd once held the sword of the Archduke of Montegrist, after sneaking into a room where he was staying. I'd taken it, just to admire, of course, while he was asleep one night, but I hadn't held it for long before I was caught. My punishment was thorough, but it had been worth it just for a few minutes of holding a sword as fine as his. What's your training with a sword? Mott asked. I suspect not enough to make a fair match between you and me. Mott smiled. I heard what Connor said to you in the dining room. Despite what he describes as your limitations, you do have a chance to take the role of the prince. But you must learn and train and give yourself every advantage you can. Now raise your sword. He demonstrated, holding his sword upright, nearly parallel to his body, and tilted outward. Like this.
This is first position. I followed him and moved my sword as he did. Like this? Get used to the feel of it in your hand. Swing it back and forth. Learn to control it, to balance it. I obeyed. Despite its weight, I liked the feel of the sword. I liked me with this sword in my hand. It stirred up memories of how I used to be, before the day-to-day survival that comes with living in an orphanage. Still in first position, Mott said, "This is where you begin any basic attack." "So I should avoid it then," I said. Mott raised an eyebrow. "Why is that?" "If it's that basic, then it's the first move everyone learns, which means everyone knows how to defend against that one." Mott shook his head. "It doesn't work that way. Sword fighting isn't a chess game where you make one move, then so does your opponent." I sighed. Obviously. Mott pulled a wooden sword off the wall, comparable to mine in length. "Let's test you then. See how you do for a beginner." "Should I use a wooden sword too?" That made Mott smile. "Even with a wooden sword, I can still do more damage to you than you'll do to me with that real one." As soon as he finished speaking, he cut a line through the air past my sword and hit my shoulder. "Would you at least try to stop me?" he asked. I made a face and thrust my sword at him, but he parried it. "Not bad," Mott said, "but be bolder. Prince Jaren was known for that." Sounds like he's dead, so whatever his boldness was with a sword, it obviously didn't save him. "Nobody could have survived so many pirates," Mott said. "Nobody on that ship did survive." "And they probably all had swords," I said, swiping at empty air when Mott took a step backward. "So training me with one is useless." "Relax your body," Mott said. "You're too tense." "Why me?" I asked, lowering my sword. "Why am I here?" "Why shouldn't you be? Tobias is smarter than me, and Roden is stronger. Apparently, I have only slight resemblance to what he feels a prince would look like today." Mott lowered his sword as well. "Tobias may be more educated than you, but I have no doubt you're cleverer. Roden is stronger, but a strong heart will always overcome a strong body." He smiled. "And as for the physical resemblance, it would help if you cut your hair and stood up straighter. I can't see your face half the time you're speaking. Now, raise your sword. Your problem is that you're trying to hit my sword. Hit me." "I'd hurt you." "This is a sword fight, Sage. That's the idea." I raised my sword and lunged at him. He stepped toward me and slid his sword up the inside of my blade, then rotated and pushed it down. My sword fell from my hand and clattered to the ground. "Pick it up," Mott said. After glaring at him for a moment, I picked it up, but I held it blade down, making it clear that I was finished with this lesson. He frowned at me. "I had you figured wrong. I thought you'd be more of a fighter." "Fighting for what? The privilege of getting myself killed one day like Eckbert's family? Even if I did what Connor wants, I'd never feel like a prince. I'd only be playing the part, nothing more than an actor for the rest of my life." "And what are you now?" Mott lowered his own sword. "You put on a facade of toughness, but I've seen you look frightened. You pretend to care for nobody, but I didn't miss your reaction when Latimer fell. And you pretend that you could run from your family in Avenia without looking back. But I hear the tone of your voice when you speak of them. I don't think you hate everyone half so much as you claim to. You're an actor now, Sage. All Connor wants is for you to act on behalf of Carthia rather than for yourself." Mott had hit closer to the truth than he realized. I didn't want to think about my fears, or about Latimer, or especially about my family. I handed him the sword and said, "Thanks for the lesson, but I'll never be a prince." "Interesting that you chose this sword, then," Mott said. "It's a replica of the one Prince Jaren once owned. If Connor can look at you and see a prince, then it's about time you did the same." 12. Mott escorted me back inside Farthenwood. It was clear that his orders were to see I was never left alone.
He described to me in detail how the copy of Jaren's sword had been forged only off a drawing Connor's father once made from memory. Since Jaren's sword had been lost when his ship was attacked, I cared nothing about the story and didn't even pretend to listen. I should probably go back to the dining room. I mumbled, "You're sweaty now. A gentleman would never enter a dining room smelling as you and I do." "Then where?" "Back to your room. Rodin and Tobias will join you before too long." "There's nothing to do in my room." "Get some sleep. Tomorrow begins your training for Connor's plan, and I assure you it will be exhausting." "Are you going to chain yourself to me again?" He smiled. "Of course not, but your room will be guarded. If you try to escape, the vigil will catch you and then notify me. Please believe me when I say you don't want to disturb my sleep for a second night in a row." "Are you one of Connor's servants too?" I asked Mott. "Does he own you?" "I serve him, but he doesn't own me. My father worked for his father, so it was natural I should work for the son. I believe in him, Sage. I hope in time you'll believe in him too." "He killed Latimer. After telling him he was free to go, he killed him." "To be technical, Cregan killed Latimer, although it was on Connor's orders." Mott was silent for a moment, then said, "Master Connor is not aspiring to be a priest and asks for no hero worship, but he is a patriot, Sage, doing what he believes is best for Carthia. Latimer never should have been chosen to come with us. It was better that he die than fail in the challenges over these next 2 weeks." "I think Connor wanted us to see him kill Latimer. Then we'd know how serious he is about this plan." "Perhaps," Mott said. "And if that was his idea, then it certainly worked." I stopped walking for a moment, forcing Mott to stop and look at me. In a soft voice, I said, "The 2 boys who don't get chosen for his plan, is he going to kill them too?" Mott put his hand on my shoulder and pressed me forward again. "He has to protect the secrecy of his plan. See that you get chosen, Sage." Errol was waiting on a bench near my room when we arrived. Mott asked him to take me into my room and assist me with dressing for bed. "I don't need help dressing," I said to them both. "I solved the mystery of how to button a shirt long ago." "Help him," Mott repeated. Errol looked at me, silently pleading with me to accept the order so he wouldn't have to face Mott. I sighed loudly enough for Mott to take notice of my annoyance, and then nodded my head at Errol. "Fine, let's get this over with." Mott waited outside. Errol shut the door and began rummaging through the drawers of my wardrobe while I explored the room. Mrs. Turbledy could have crammed every boy at the orphanage into a room of this size, and it seemed like a waste of space to have only 3 beds in here. In sharp contrast to anything I ever experienced at the orphanage, the mattresses on these beds were deep and the blankets thick. Each bed had a small wardrobe beside it, and the desk was near the center of the room, facing a fireplace. The thought that I might never again have to live like I had at the orphanage filled my mind. If only that new life wouldn't come at such a high price. "Which is my bed?" I asked. Errol pointed to one at the far end of the room. "That one." "I want this one, near the window." "That was meant for Master Rodin." "Master Rodin?" Errol missed the sarcasm. "Yes, sir." "Well, Master Rodin can have my bed. I'm taking this one next to the window." "Master Rodin has already been informed that this is his bed." I pulled the covers apart and then spit on the pillow. "Tell him what I've done. If he still wants it, he'll be sleeping with my spit." Errol smiled. "Yes, sir. Are you ready to dress?" I held out my arms and let Errol do the work. He worked quickly and quietly, which only made me feel more ridiculous. "Errol, while we ate, there was a server girl, about my age, dark hair, dark eyes." "Her name is Imogen, sir. She came to us a year ago." "How?" "Connor raised the rent on her family's home. They fell further and further into debt. Connor made an offer for Imogen to come work the debt off, though with the high rates on her family's home, she never will. Why her?
Most of us think it's revenge. Imogen's mother is widowed. Connor proposed marriage to her years ago, but she refused. Some believe he wanted Imogen here so he could marry her instead when she became of age. But he quickly lost interest and assigned her to the kitchen.
Why?
She's a mute, sir. Not particularly bright, either. She performs her duties, but will never be anything more than a kitchen servant. There, you're dressed.
I laughed as I looked down at my nightclothes. Maybe I was too accustomed to sleeping in my clothes, but I felt overdressed. What's this? I asked, tugging at the outer garment.
A robe. You'll remove this before actually getting into the bed.
But I'm right here. I'm 3 steps from my bed.
Errol smiled again.
Something about me frequently amused him.
Would you like me to remove the robe for you?
No, I'll do it myself.
Can I do anything else for you tonight?
Where are my clothes I came here with?
I saved them for you, sir. They're being washed.
They didn't need to be washed.
Errol coughed. I assure you they did, but I'll keep them just as they were otherwise.
He busied himself with folding my clothes from the afternoon.
When they're returned to your drawer, will I have anything in return?
If he was hoping for a reward now, he'd be disappointed. I nodded curtly at him. When they're in my drawer, you will. You can go now, Errol. Tell the others to come in quietly because I'll be asleep. Errol closed the doors of my wardrobe. I saw Mott peek in at me while the doors were opened, but when they closed, I was finally alone. I opened the window, intending to climb out, but stopped as the cool evening breeze brushed against my face. Now the emotions washed over me like a tide. Connor's plan was worse than I'd anticipated, and no matter what Mott had said, I knew I wasn't up to the challenge. I looked out into the dark night and wondered how long it would take me to run the length of Connor's property. Beyond that was a river that would mask my escape. I could walk all night and for as long as it took until I got to Evenia, to freedom. But I couldn't do it. Now that I knew his secret, Connor would never stop hunting me down. I was trapped here, and my choice was clear. Become the prince, or he'd kill me. 13. The next morning, my eyes opened before the servants came to wake us. The soft pastel light of morning seeped through the window at a low angle, so it must have been very early. I lay in bed for several seconds, orienting myself to the unfamiliar feelings of warmth and comfort. Then I remembered where I was and the strange game I was caught up in. The reality was stark and cold. I sat up in bed to have a better look outside.
You awake too?
Roden asked quietly. Couldn't sleep any longer.
I hardly slept at all.
There was silence for a moment. Then Roden asked,
What do you think happens to those boys Connor doesn't choose?
Neither of us lingered too long on the convenience of speaking of those boys as if they were strangers. After a slow exhale, I said, You know the answer. Roden sighed as if he had hoped I'd have something better to offer.
The saddest thing is there won't be anyone to miss us when we're gone. No family, no friends, no one waiting at home.
It's better that way, I said.
It'll be easier for me knowing my death doesn't add to anyone's pain. If you can't give anyone pain, then you can't give them joy either.
Roden clasped his hands behind his head and stared up at the plaster ceiling.
We're nobodies, Sage. I should have left the orphanage months ago, but I couldn't do it. With no education or skills, there was nothing for me on the outside. How would I have earned my keep?
Tobias would be fine on his own, I said. He could work in a trade or open a shop. He'd probably have been pretty successful.
What were your plans?
Roden asked. I shrugged. Everything for me was just staying alive for another week. The irony struck me as funny. Now I just have to live out the next 2 weeks.
Connor has to choose me, Roden said. It's not about becoming king or anything. We all know it's Connor who'll have the power. But for me, it might be my only chance in life. I know that sounds harsh because of what it means for you and Tobias, but that's just how I feel. You know the other day when you nearly got away from us in the wagon?
Yeah?
I wish you'd have made it. And if you have the chance to run sometime in the next 2 weeks, I think you should take it.
Good to know, Rodin. He'd like things to be that easy.
Why don't you two talk a little louder and maybe you can wake the entire estate?
Tobias said with a groan.
Hush, I said. Soon as they know we're awake, we'll get people in here.
Tobias sat up on one arm.
You and Rodin have been chatting like old friends all this time, and now you tell me to hush? Hush, Rodin said.
Tobias lay back down.
I wonder what Connor has planned for us today. We have 2 weeks to learn everything Prince Jaren would know, Rodin said. I think this might be the last moment of quiet we'll have until then.
It's really not a bad plan, Tobias said.
Connor's right. This might be the only way to save Carthia.
It's an insult to the real prince, I said.
When this is discovered, and we all know that one day it will be, what we are doing here will be worse than treason. For a nobody orphan to pretend to be a prince? Who do we think we are? Calm down, Tobias said. Who says it will be discovered one day? Connor will be there at every step to guide us. He has to, because he'll hang too, if we're found out.
None of us is a perfect fit to what the prince should look like now, I continued. Not to mention that 2 weeks isn't nearly enough time to learn everything he would know, whether Connor's there or not. If we 3 stick together, he can't force us to do this.
But I want to do it.
Tobias sat up and swung his feet out of bed.
You two can lie around if you want, but I intend to start learning what I need to as soon as possible.
He surprised the servants in the hallway, who insisted they had been waiting for us, though their sleepy eyes said otherwise. Errol dug into the drawers of my wardrobe, stifling a yawn. You can go back to bed if you want, I told him. I'm fine here.
You don't give the orders, Errol reminded me. Connor does. Your clothes will be more casual today to allow for the afternoon activities.
Reluctantly, I rolled out of bed so I could get dressed and Errol could get lost. I made Errol stand there while I dressed myself, although he insisted on inspecting me when it was finished.
Not to offend you,
he said as I fumbled with a buckle,
but it's obvious you've never dressed in clothes such as these.
I smiled. If I have my way, I won't have to dress in them much longer. Mott was waiting for us as we left the bedroom. He informed Tobias that he'd be working with a tutor in the library, while Rodin and I were trained in the basics of reading and writing upstairs, in a room that had long ago been converted from a nursery. Tobias smirked at us as his servant escorted him away. He probably figured that being more educated gave him an advantage with Connor, and he was probably right. Rodin whispered to me that he wouldn't want to study with Tobias anyway. I agreed. Our tutor was a man who instructed us to call him Master Graves, an appropriate name since he looked more like a gravedigger than a teacher. He was tall and thin as a shovel, with pale skin and limp black hair that he combed in a way to make it appear as though he had more hair than he really did. I immediately decided to dislike him. Rodin, however, seemed to be keeping an open mind about whether he was in fact a member of the Walking Dead. At least, when I whispered this possibility to Rodin, he smothered a grin and quickly told me to hush. Master Graves directed Rodin and me to sit in chairs that were clearly intended for small children and faced a chalkboard. He began to write the alphabet, and then said to me,
I told you to sit down and we'll get started.
Rodin looked up. He was already seated with his knees halfway up his chest. I folded my arms resolutely. I'm not sitting in a chair meant for a 5-year-old. Get me a real chair. Master Graves arched his head so that he could better look down on me.
You are sage. Obviously, I was warned about you. Young man, do not mistake me for one of Connor's servants. I am a gentleman and a scholar, and I will have your respect. You will sit in the chair I have available.
Since he was clearly still around to keep me from running away, I called for Mott to come in. When he ducked his head in the room, I said, Master Graves thinks he's not one of Connor's servants, but you are. I need a chair."
"You have one," he said, nodding to the one beside Rodin.
"It's too small. I can't learn that way."
"Too bad. Sit down."
"Okay, but when Rodin and I don't learn our letters, you can explain to Connor why."
Mott sighed and left the room. He returned several minutes later with a larger chair in each hand. Master Graves was incensed, and said as punishment for my disruption, I would have to write my letters an extra 10 times that day.
10 times the better I'll know them then, I said. How strange that you should punish me by ensuring I come out more educated than Rodin, who has tried to obey you.
Graves' knuckles were nearly as white as the chalk when he began instructing us on the sounds of the letters. Rodin actually seemed interested and tried hard to keep up with Graves. I fell asleep around the letter M. Graves was gone when Mott shook me awake some time later. "He called you incorrigible," Mott said. "Honestly, Sage, are you trying to fail?"
"I already told you I could read a little. This morning was a waste of my time."
"I thought it was great." Rodin sounded happier than I'd ever heard him. "I never expected to be able to read, and Master Graves said he'll have me in a children's reader by tomorrow."
"Great. Let me know what the children's reader has to say about impersonating a prince."
Earlier that morning, servants had brought us a small breakfast of hard-boiled eggs and milk to eat while we studied. With such a paltry beginning, it was no surprise that both Rodin and I were already hungry again. "You'll lead after your next lessons," Mott said.
"What lessons?" I asked.
"History of Carthia, then a lunch. Then you'll do sword fighting, horseback riding, dinner and etiquette with the master, and tonight you will study in preparation for your lessons tomorrow."
Rodin slapped me on the shoulder.
"He'll make a gentleman of us yet."
I nodded but stayed silent. The thought of what Connor was making us into deserved no celebration. 14. All three of us shared the afternoon history lessons, which was a waste of Tobias's time because he already knew the answer to every question. He spoke so quickly, there was no point in Rodin and I even attempting to speak, even if we had known the answers. Our history tutor was Mistress Havala, who Tobias said had taught him other lessons earlier that day. She was past the age of marriage, which was curious because she seemed like a pleasant enough person. She had a round face with curly black hair that bounced a lot, and made a great effort to avoid any discussion of the real reasons why Connor had brought us here, even though it was clear she knew. There was a nervousness about her, yet her easy smile and gentle nature were a welcome respite from the serious demeanor everyone else on this estate seemed to have. I wondered what would happen to her at the end of these 2 weeks. When she stepped out to ask for a drink of water, I told Tobias and Rodin of my concerns. Tobias shrugged it off. "She'll be fine. She told me that Connor asked her never to talk about teaching us." "Threatened her more likely," I muttered.
Defensively, Tobias arched his head. "If she doesn't talk, then it won't matter what Connor did."
"It always matters."
I looked to Rodin to agree with me, but his head was buried in the book in front of him as he tried to figure out the word at his fingertip. We all fell into silence as Mistress Havala returned. Tobias lapsed into a sort of daydream until Rodin and I failed to answer her next question, which he then answered without hesitation. Mistress Havala was an excellent tutor, and by the end of the class session, we could all name the major Carthian cities and describe their contributions to the country. Fortunately for us, few cities in Carthia can be considered major, so it was easy to learn them. Unfortunately for Carthia, their contributions to the country are equally unimpressive. The new prince would need to work hard to build up production of our natural resources. Predictably, Tobias announced he was up to the challenge. Mistress Havala raised an eyebrow at his words, but said nothing. There was a knock at the door, and 2 servants entered carrying what I guessed was our lunch. I didn't know the first girl who entered, but the second servant was Imogen. She looked at me, gave her usual frown, then lowered her eyes. They set the trays down and left. Mistress Havala placed the book she'd been teaching us from on her desk, then handed us each a meat pie wrapped in a thick pastry.
I ate mine in 4 bites and turned to Tobias, who was only halfway through his. "Can I have the rest of yours?" Tobias laughed. But I hadn't been joking. He finished the rest of his pie without answering me while Mistress Havala continued on. After our history lessons, Mott returned and escorted us to Connor's stables. Cregan was waiting for us there. His arms were folded so tightly as we approached, I briefly wondered if they were knotted.
"That's right," he said grumpily. "I'll be teaching you to ride."
After Mott was gone, he pointed to a saddle balanced on the top of a fence.
"Let's start here. This is what you sit on to ride a horse."
"You can't be serious," I said. "Are you really going to treat us like it's the first time we've seen a horse? We can all ride."
"I don't know what your skills are,"
Cregan said. "My skills are better than yours," I said. "I can outride you with my eyes closed. Probably so can Tobias and Roden." Cregan's eyes narrowed.
"Better than my skills? I'm not just a rider. I'm a trainer. I break wild horses, and I can break you."
I ignored that last part and said, "I can ride anything you can ride." Cregan smiled.
"You won't bait me so easily, boy."
"Why not?" Tobias said. "If he says he can ride, why not test his skills?" Cregan stared at Tobias, then me, then said,
"All right, wait here,"
and walked back into the stalls. "Thanks," I said to Tobias. Tobias glanced sideways at me. "I'm not on your side, Sage. Hopefully this will teach you a lesson." Our attention was diverted by a crashing sound in the stables. Slowly I shook my head and mumbled to Tobias, "You don't think he has an untrained horse in there, do you?" "Sounds like it," Tobias said.
"Can you ride?"
Roden asked me. "I've ridden before, is that the same thing?"
"No,"
Tobias said flatly.
"I can ride, but I'm not stupid enough to challenge Cregan to a wild horse." "Just apologize and tell Cregan you want lessons,"
Roden said. "And let everyone hold that over my head?" I asked. "I'll just ride the horse in a circle or two. It'll be fine." Cregan was practically laughing aloud as he escorted a horse outside the stables. It was already trying to buck, and it was work for him to hold on to the reins. Cregan grinned wickedly.
"So, you can outride me?"
I backed up 2 steps. My father had warned me about my quick tongue countless times. Perhaps he should have warned me more often. It doesn't matter whether I could beat you or not. You're the tutor here. That seemed to offend Cregan. His voice rose in pitch as he said,
"And as your tutor, I'm ordering you onto this horse."
I shook my head. "I'm not riding that horse. Get me a tamer one and I'll do it. You just know you'll lose if you play fair." Cregan walked so close that I could feel his breath on me.
"Scared?"
"Yeah, I was. It was a fierce horse."
"Then it's a good time to teach you some humility. Get on the horse or face the consequences."
"Leave him alone. Sage was just talking big," Roden said. Cregan pointed a finger at Roden.
"Sage won't help you in the end, boy. Don't you help him."
Then he looked at me.
"If you don't ride this horse now, then you won't ride again during the next 2 weeks. I'll tell Connor you failed here."
After a very long moment, I reached for the reins. "Fine, but I need help getting up." Cregan laughed.
"Can't even mount a horse by yourself."
"It's a riding contest, not a mounting one. Where's your horse?" Cregan's laugh widened.
"You'll fall off so quickly I wouldn't even have time to get into a saddle."
He steadied the horse while I climbed on. The horse bucked, and I had to grip tightly to stay in the saddle. "He doesn't like me," I said.
"You should be used to that,"
Cregan said.
"And Windstorm is a she."
With a laugh, he slapped the horse on the backside. Windstorm took off with a fury at her feet, throwing me hard against the curve of the saddle. She bucked twice, and I managed to hold on only because it entertained the devils to help me do it. Behind me, Cregan was laughing boisterously. Maybe Rodin and Tobias were too. It was hard to tell with the world jostling around me. I yelped and held on as she pulled free of Cregan's control, and we sprinted away. Windstorm headed directly for a tree, as if she knew the low-hanging limb could knock me off. I ducked in time to avoid the worst of it, though some of the smaller branches scraped my shoulders as we passed beneath them. Somewhere behind us, Cregan yelled for me to come back, but Windstorm was on a full gallop to freedom. Cregan was left with the reality that by the time he got a horse to follow me, I'd be long gone, and I was on a horse running so fast that if I fell off, I was facing more than a few broken bones. Or worse. 15. It was nearly dark before I heard them calling for me. I didn't answer the first few times. They weren't close enough to hear me, so there was no point in using up what little energy I had left. Finally, Mott passed close enough that I could see him through the trees. He was on horseback and carried a lantern. "The devils have you, Sage, answer me! Where are you?" "Over here!" I called. I had hoped it would be Mott who found me. If it had been Cregan, he'd have likely beaten the last of my strength from me as punishment. But Mott seemed to hate me less. I might have a chance with him. He found me lying on the bank of the river, legs half submerged in the water. The water was cold and my legs had gone numb long ago, but numb was preferable to the ache I'd felt before. Mott cantered over and slid off his horse. "There you are," he said, sounding more relieved than angry. "How'd you get so far away?" Most of it was a blur in my mind, so I didn't bother answering. Mott crouched beside me. "I told Connor he's a fool to consider using you as his prince." "Princes ride in carriages, not on horseback," I said. "As it so happens, a prince will often ride on horseback." "Not with that horse." Mott grinned. "No, not that horse. Where is she?" "Long gone. I can't even tell you which direction." "Connor will be furious. He was going to have her broken soon. Are you hurt?" "I think bruises are the worst of it. She stopped to get a drink of water and I fell off." Mott chuckled. "You stayed on through the ride and fell off when she stopped? Cregan's going to laugh all night about that." I rolled the rest of the way out of the stream and pulled my legs up close to me. "Just tell him I stayed on through the ride, or he'll make lessons just as bad tomorrow." "Sorry, but at some point you will have to learn that you can't say whatever you want to whomever you want. There are consequences for your sharp tongue, and this is one of them. I hope it will prove to be your most valuable lesson today." Valuable lessons were code words for pain that no one apologized for. I'd had enough of them for a lifetime. "I'm cold. Can we go back?" "You've got a cut on your cheek." I brushed a finger over it, though in the darkness of the woods and with my dirty hand, it was hard to tell if there was any blood on it. It didn't feel wet. I think it stopped bleeding. "Connor won't like that. He doesn't want to present a prince at court who's got cuts and bruises all over him." "It'll heal by then." Mott extended an arm to help me onto the back of his horse. I stared at the ground for a moment and then looked up at him. "I need your help, Mott. Connor's never going to choose me just as I am." Mott took my hand and lifted me up. "Not as you are right now. Let's get you back and cleaned up." Did I miss sword fighting? "We canceled it to look for you." "What about dinner?" "They're eating right now." I can only imagine how Rodin and Tobias will talk about me to Connor. It'd be a miracle if they didn't talk him into hanging me at his earliest convenience. Mott began riding us back to the stables. The springtime night had cooled, and I shivered in my wet clothes. Mott must have felt sorry for me because he spent most of the ride instructing me on how to manage a wild horse. Unfortunately, I had other things on my mind, so I missed most of the lecture. Too bad, because what I did hear actually sounded interesting. Then Mott asked, "What's your interest in Imogen?" I shrugged. "Nothing. Why?" "She passed me a note earlier today asking me to stop you from looking at her, so I'll ask again. What's your interest?" "There's nothing," I insisted. "It's just that she seems so anxious all the time. Is she safe here? Mott hesitated a moment, then said, "When the servants feel one of them has been singled out or favored, they tend to get jealous. That can become dangerous." I pondered that. So you're saying when I look at Imogen, it makes things worse for her?
It could, yes.
Which left a horrible feeling inside me. I'd only looked at her to understand the cause of her fear, when in fact the cause of her fear was me looking at her. As we neared the stables several minutes later, Mott said,
"We were in a debate over whether you really can ride."
"Oh?"
"Connor said he thought you could. He figured you had goaded Cregan into letting you have a horse so you could ride to your freedom. We weren't sure we'd see you again after tonight."
I chuckled lightly. "Yeah, that would have been a good plan."
"So can you ride?" Mott asked. "Or are you really so stupid as to have gotten on a horse that was bucking like that?"
My soft laughter widened. Then I grabbed my chest. "It hurts to laugh. I must have bruised a rib. If you want me to tell you I'm that stupid, I will. The evidence is there." Mott shook his head.
"You don't have to say it, Sage. But you do have to get yourself under control. These 2 weeks are going to pass fast, and you're far behind the others."
"16. The aromas of spiced meat and fresh baked bread were inescapable as Mott and I entered Farthenwood through a back entrance. The kitchen wasn't far away. "I'm getting dinner, right?" I asked.
"Someone will bring it to your room, after your bath."
"Tell me, Mott, is it true that the wealthy smell worse than the poor?" Mott arched an eyebrow.
"Why do you say that?"
"It seems since joining Connor's household that I've needed to bathe much more often. My fleas have all but abandoned me."
"Let's hope so,"
Mott said with a chuckle. Then he handed me off to Errol for another scrubbing in a bath that had been set up in a corner of our bedroom. My bath was so quick, Errol said he doubted I could have gotten entirely clean. I told him it was good enough considering I'd only get dirty tomorrow and not to push the matter. He didn't. "Where's my dinner?" I growled. "Connor nearly starved us today." "Someone should have it here shortly," Errol said. "You should hurry and dress." "Then get out and wait for it. Knock when it gets here." Errol nodded and left the room while I fumbled with my nightclothes. I checked the drawer again for my old clothes, but they still weren't there. I'd speak with Errol if they weren't back tomorrow. A knock came to the door, and I yelled at Errol to enter while I pulled the robe around myself. Someone sniffed, and I turned. Imogen stood in the doorway, holding a tray of dinner. She clearly wished someone else had been ordered to bring the food. For that matter, so did I. "I thought you were Errol," I said, as if that would make any difference. Imogen glanced at the door as if to indicate he was still in the hallway. Then she held up the tray and shrugged. "Oh, right." I pointed to a table near Tobias's bed. He had a few papers laid out that were full of notes. He was studying material more advanced than Roden and I would ever get to before the 2 weeks ended. Imogen set the tray down and started to leave, but I said, "Wait!" It hadn't really occurred to me what to say at this point, nor could she respond to anything I might come up with. Finally, I mumbled, "I'm sorry. If I caused you any trouble, then I'm sorry for that." She nodded what I hoped was an acceptance of my apology, and even offered something close to a smile. "I'm Sage," I finally said. Strange, I know, but who gets to choose their name? She pointed to herself, and I said, "Yes, I know. You're Imogen." She started to leave again, but I added, "Could you help me with something? I need a thread and needle. I ripped one of my shirts out on that horse ride, and I've got to sew it up." Imogen held out her hands, indicating she would sew it for me, but I shook my head. I'd rather do it myself. If Connor finds out I've torn his new clothes, I'll get in trouble. Can you get me the needle? She nodded and pointed at the cut on my face. "It's okay. I get hurt a lot. I'm used to it." Tiny wrinkles formed between her brows. She opened her mouth as if there was something she wanted to say, then closed it and lowered her hand. "You are too familiar, Imogen." Tobias's servant marched into the room. He picked up a book from a shelf near the door and hurled it at her, hitting her in the back. "You are supposed to give him the food, then get out!" In an instant, I got Imogen behind me, then pulled out a knife that had been under my pillow and held it out to the servant. "How dare you!" I yelled, so angry the words sputtered from my mouth. "She's just a kitchen girl." The servant stiffened, alarmed by my reaction, but clearly confused too. I swiped the knife through the air, forcing him to back up. He gave a cry for help and looked around like he wanted to run, but I had him cornered. Hearing the commotion, Mott ran in. "Lower the knife, Sage." His eyes widened. "That's mine!" He lifted the leg of his trousers, where the knife had been sheathed. "When did you—" "Oh, the horse ride back." "I needed a knife to cut the meat. They didn't give me one." Mott inched toward me and held out his hand. "Give it back, Sage. Now." I reversed the blade and gave the knife to him by the handle. "Did you see what he did to her?" Mott gently put a hand on Imogen's shoulder. "You may go, girl." Imogen didn't look at me as she left the room, and I didn't stop glaring at Tobias's servant. "He's not welcome in this room anymore," I said to Mott. "He shouldn't work for Connor another minute after what I just saw." "You may go as well," Mott told the servant, who tripped over his own feet in his hurry to leave the room. Mott stared at his knife a moment, then wiped the blade with his shirt as if I'd dirtied it. "Your mother was kitchen staff, I believe?" "Barmaid." "Same thing. Obviously you have some sympathy for Imogen." "It has nothing to do with that. She didn't do anything wrong, and he threw a book at her." "And do you think you helped her just now? Do you think that made anything better for her?" I kicked at the floor, angry with myself, and angry with Mott too, though for no clear reason. Maybe because I hated it when he was right. "She's well treated here," Mott continued. "Tobias's servant will be disciplined, and you should be on your knees thanking me for not reporting this to Connor. What I want to know is why you took my knife. I told you I can't cut the meat without one." "Do you feel you're in danger here?" "From Roden and Tobias?" I shook my head. "No." "From me? Connor?" "You work for Connor. If there's any danger from him, there's danger from you." Mott didn't disagree. He couldn't. He replaced his knife in the sheath strapped to his ankle, then pointed at the dinner. "Eat up, and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow will be harder than today." "There's nothing to do up here but stare at Tobias's stack of books." "Try to read one. It could only help you." "I'd rather join the others. It's not fair that I'm kept up here while Roden and Tobias get to show off to Connor." "Connor is furious with you for losing a prize mare. Trust me when I say it's better that you stay up here tonight." It'd take a miracle for Connor to choose me as prince. Despite the truth of my words, I couldn't help but smile. "Yes," Mott agreed, and then added, "though I doubt even a miracle could save you now." 17. I was already in bed when Tobias and Roden came in. If they realized that I might be asleep, they spoke to me anyway. "We heard about the trick you pulled with Mott's knife," Roden said. "Connor wanted to give you a few lashes, but Mott said he handled it with you already." "Who's my dressing servant now?" Tobias asked. "Dress yourself," I muttered. "You've managed for your entire life until now." "Connor's made us into gentlemen," he said. "A gentleman would never stoop to dress himself." "If he put us in dresses, we wouldn't suddenly become women," I said. "You're an orphan in a costume, Tobias, nothing more." Roden's servant was in the room, gathering Roden's nightclothes. Tobias looked at him and said, "Build us a fire." Roden and I both groaned. "It's already warm enough," Roden said. "Do you want to cook us in our beds tonight?" Tobias began gathering the papers on the desk near his bed. "I want to burn these." "Why?" I asked, propping myself up by my elbows. "What's on them?" "Notes I've made in studying to be the prince. I don't want you or Roden to read them and gain from my efforts." "Neither of us can read," Roden said. "It's chicken scratch on those pages as far as I'm concerned." "Sage can read a little," Tobias said. I yawned. "True, but you're an imbecile. If I wanted to learn about something important, you're the last person I'd come to for information." Tobias slammed the book closed. "I hope you continue in your ways. It makes Connor's decision that much simpler." "Connor's decision is made," I said. "Oh?" Tobias asked. "Who is it?" "You." Now I sat up entirely. "You're the most willing to do anything he wants, the most pliable. He knows I'd be difficult to manage, and he can't be sure about Roden. But you're a puppet master's dream." Tobias's mouth opened wide, then closed. Finally, he said, "Connor may think what he likes. I'm also the smartest of the three of us, and if I become the prince, then I will rule, no one else." "If Connor puts you in, then he can take you out," Roden said. "How do you know it won't be the way Sage says?" Tobias shook his head. "Don't you two worry about me. Worry about your own necks instead." Lessons the next day were much the same as the day before. Master Graves rapped my knuckles several times for staring off into space when he thought I should stare at his chalkboard instead. Mistress Havala educated us on the names of everyone connected with King Eckbert's family. "Very few members of Eckbert's family remain alive, and most of them are distant relations, so there is little chance of meeting anyone who knew the prince well enough to identify him," she said. "But everyone will expect you to know these names." Tobias took steady notes. I ate most of his lunch, and he never noticed. Mistress Havala spent the remainder of our time after lunch describing Prince Jaren's older brother Darius. "He was everything a future king ought to be," she said. "Educated, compassionate, wise." "That's what Carthia will expect from whichever of us is chosen, then," Tobias said. "We have to do better than just imitate Jaren. We have to exceed the people's expectations for Darius." "Leave it to you, and by the end of the week, the chosen prince will have to raise the dead, too," I scoffed. "None of us is going to exceed Darius." "You won't," Roden said. I had no comeback for him. My whole life was a testament to the truth of that fact. There's an old saying in Avenia that goes, "Just because it's calmer than a hailstorm doesn't mean it's calm." Several times during our horseback lessons later that day, that thought ran through my mind. The tension in the air was thick and tangible. Cregan and I quickly settled into a truce of not speaking. Or rather, I wasn't speaking to him. He had plenty to say to me. "Can't blame me for you losing Windstorm," he said. "You get to say whatever you want to me, challenge my authority here, and I take the blame? You think you're a fine gentleman now, so you can look down on me? Well, you're still the pathetic orphan, Sage. You smelled like a pig when you came in here, and no matter what sense they add to your bathwater, you always will." I gritted my teeth and reminded myself that in all fairness, I probably had smelled pretty bad before. "I'll have to pay for that horse, the master says," Cregan continued. "Paying it off will take so many years of service, I can't count them. But I won't be his servant much longer. I have plans of my own." He wanted me to ask what his plans were so he would have the satisfaction of telling me that it was none of my business. I didn't care an inch about his plans, so I stared at him steadily, which infuriated him further. "From now on, any horse you ride will be tethered to mine, and you will get the calmest, least excitable horse in the stables. You won't be able to get it to do anything I don't want it to do." "Wait," Tobias said. "If he gets the easiest horse, then it will appear to Connor that he's the best rider." I smiled at Tobias, whose eyes narrowed. "That was your plan all along," Roden whispered. "I don't have Tobias's brains or your strength," I said to them. "Give me this one area to compete with you two." Cregan stared at us for a moment, clearly trying to decide whether to give me the easiest horse or not. He didn't want to help me, nor did he want to risk getting himself in trouble again with a horse out of my league.
"I'm not even best with horses," he said. "I'm a swordsman, but Ma ordered me here so he could teach swords." "Teach us both," Rodin said. "I'll learn." Tobias rolled his eyes. "So far, you've taught us neither horses nor swords. Our lesson time is passing fast, sir." "The devils are punishing me for everything I've ever done wrong in my life," he said, marching to the stables to get the horses. "They've sent me you three." In the end, we all had easy horses, and our ride on Connor's grounds was so boring I thought I'd go insane. I wasn't the only one. "You have to teach us more than riding like schoolgirls on a Sabbath afternoon," Tobias said. "The prince will be expected to show off masterful riding skills." "Thank Sage for this lesson," Cregan said. "I can't risk any of you getting hurt like yesterday." On either side of me, Rodin and Tobias shot out glares again. "I think you planned this," Rodin said to me. "I think you deliberately spoiled it for all of us so that now Tobias and I won't have the chance to get any better." I chuckled softly. That idea had never occurred to me, although if it were true, it would have been clever. After a wasted hour on horseback, Mott collected us for a sword-fighting lesson. "Because Sage went missing yesterday, we'll have to make up that lesson now," he said, leading us toward the small courtyard where he and I had practiced 2 nights earlier. He gestured to the wall where the various swords were hung. "By the end of these 2 weeks, we'll have you dueling with these swords, but for now, you get wooden ones." I folded my arms. "Where's the prince's sword?" Mott turned to look. Sure enough, Jaren's sword was missing. "The prince's sword was here?" Tobias asked. "Just a copy of it," I said. Mott glared at me as if personally insulted by my words, but he shouldn't have. I had been perfectly accurate. "How did you know about the sword?" Rodin asked me. "Mott and I practiced here the other night." Rodin and Tobias reacted with open mouths and narrowed eyes, exactly as I knew they would, but they didn't have much time to protest. "Connor will want to know of this," Mott said, ignoring their whines. "Follow me." We found Connor in his office, poring over a thick and dusty book. Mott spoke to him privately for a moment, then had us all come into the room and stand in front of Connor's desk. Connor's office was lined with shelves full of books, and the occasional bust or trinket. Near the back of the room, he had a massive desk that faced the door and 2 comfortable chairs that faced the desk. It made me wonder if he had a business through which he earned his own money, or whether his was the kind of wealth passed from father to son through the generations. I suspected the latter was true. Connor sat with his hands folded together. "This was no ordinary sword, boys. It was nearly an exact replica of Prince Jaren's sword before he was lost. It was last seen around his waist at supper the night before he boarded the ship that ultimately carried him to his doom. Now, you may think by stealing it you have given yourself an advantage. Perhaps you believe you can use the sword to shore up your claims of being the prince when you are presented at court. But that is futile because, as I said, it's not an exact replica. Anyone with a practiced eye will easily know it's a copy. Perhaps you have stolen it to give yourself an advantage in sword fighting. Again, this is futile. Any of you may practice with Mott as often as you'd like to become as skilled as you'd like. And if you stole it so that the other 2 boys couldn't practice with it, then remember that there are several other swords still available for practice. Now I want a confession. Who took it?" All 3 of us remained silent. Connor couldn't possibly believe that the thief would confess. None of us was that stupid. "Sage must have taken it, sir," Tobias said. "Why is that?" Connor asked. "He's the only one who's already handled the sword." "Which is evidence of nothing," Connor said. "It was there while the boys were in horseback lessons yesterday," Mott said. "We know where Sage was at that time, and all of the boys have been supervised since then." Where were you and Rodin during that time? Connor asked Tobias. Tobias hesitated.
After Sage ran off on Windstorm, Cregan was going to follow him. He told us to go to the sword arena and wait for Mott, but after a few minutes a servant came and told us that Mott had gone to look for Sage too, so we left. We left together, Rodin said quickly. If either of us had taken it, the other one would know.
And what did you do after returning to the house?
Connor asked. Tobias's eyes fluttered. I was in the library. Rodin frowned. I went back to our room.
And can either of you provide proof that you were there?
After a very long, very uncomfortable silence, I rocked on my heels and smiled. For the first time, I think I'm glad that horse ran off with me. The False Prince, Disc 3. 18. After being dismissed from Connor's office, Mott walked us back to the courtyard to continue with swordsmanship lessons. Tense feelings of vengeance and silent accusation hung in the air between Rodin, Tobias, and me. Mott rotated a pair of us for dueling practice while he worked on skills with the third. The wooden swords Mott gave us were severely tested for durability as they clacked against each other, or, in a lucky moment, hit against an opponent's arm, back, or leg. Rodin was merciless against me and brutal with Tobias. I did very well against Tobias, but Mott said he was disappointed in my performance against Rodin.
This is more than just learning swordplay, Mott said. You must learn it as Prince Jaren knew it. He challenged a king to a duel at the age of 10. What does that tell you about his attitude in battle?
That he was stupid, I said flatly. If the story's true, he lost that duel.
It shows his bravery,
Rodin said, ever eager to please.
And his training. He must have expected to win.
I barked out a laugh. If he did, add arrogance to his list of worthless traits. It's too bad the prince we're trying to become isn't the older brother Damon. Darius, Tobias corrected. Whatever. It sounds like he had a character worth imitating, not Jaren. Mott stepped closer to me.
I find it interesting that you'd say that, Sage, considering you naturally have several character traits in common with Jaren.
I was silent for a moment as emotions I didn't understand filled me. What was it? Shame to acknowledge that Mott was correct? Was I as foolhardy as Jaren seemed to have been? Or was something telling me not to try for the crown? Perhaps in having fewer of Jaren's character flaws, Rodin or Tobias would make a better king. Mott seemed to be waiting for me to say something, so without knowing whether I was correct or not, I shrugged and said, Jaren was a child when he challenged that king to a duel. Perhaps he learned his lesson and would make wiser choices today. Mott frowned.
I never thought Jaren's challenge was a sign of weakness. I'm sorry that you do. Now let's continue.
Mott paired me with Rodin for another round while he worked with Tobias. I held my own until Rodin got me backed into a corner. I lowered my sword to end the duel, but Rodin took the opportunity to strike a hard blow at my chest. I reeled backward, then dropped my sword and lunged at him. One solid punch from me would teach him a much-needed lesson about sportsmanship. Mott pulled me off of him and yelled,
Bad form, Rodin. This is a practice, not a match. You should have stopped when Sage lowered his sword.
Sorry, Rodin mumbled. I didn't mean it. Just had a lot of energy. Mott turned to me.
And Sage?
I won't apologize, I said, folding my arms. Mott considered that a moment, then said,
No, I wouldn't either. Shake hands, boys, and I'll take you back.
Rodin offered me his hand, and I reluctantly took it, but with a simple shake, we both shrugged off the anger. While Rodin replaced our swords, I watched as Mott brushed his fingers across the empty space where the imitation of Jaren's sword had been. Mott clearly loved that sword. I couldn't understand why. Rodin walked along beside me back to Farthenwood. No hard feelings, I hope, about the way that match ended? Do that to me again and I'll kill you, I said. He smiled grimly, not sure whether it was a joke or not. I wasn't sure either.
"It's safe to tell me if you took the sword," he said.
Not a bad way of changing the subject, so I played along. "A secret that is safe between you, me, and Master Connor," I said with a wry sideward glance.
"It's not an accusation," Roden said, then lowered his voice. "It's more likely that Tobias took it anyway."
"Why is that?" Roden shook his head.
"Don't you know? You always seem to have everything figured out before any of the rest of us."
I didn't know, and I told him so.
"You know how bad he is with the sword. I was obviously the best out there, and you're not great, but you're better than he is."
I smiled. If that were true, I wouldn't have so many bruises. Roden continued.
"Tobias needs the sword to help him look more like the prince."
Tobias would look foolish wearing a sword at his side that he can't even use properly. So what do you propose?
"I hope Connor chooses me," Roden said. "But if he doesn't, then I hope he chooses you, not Tobias. For Carthia's sake, I wouldn't want him as prince, whether Connor is behind the throne or not. If you and I band together, we can sabotage him."
Then what happens when it's down to you and me? Will you sabotage me as well?
Roden looked down at the trail. "I might, and I know you might sabotage me too."
"How did we get to this place?" I asked, fully aware there was no answer.
"No matter what we do, the devils have us."
Roden playfully knocked me in the side with his shoulder.
"The devils had you long ago, Sage."
Tobias had gotten quite a ways ahead of us by this point. He turned and called, "Hurry up, you two! I won't be late for dinner because of your slacking." Dinner with Connor was uncomfortable at best. Tobias and Roden were seated at his right and left. As a sign of his displeasure with me, I was in the third position, farthest away. I picked up my dishes and reset them at the far end of the table so that I'd directly face Connor.
"Why'd you do that?"
Connor asked. "We can't see each other where I was at," I said. "This makes more sense."
"Maybe I have no wish to see you,"
Connor said. "Well, if that were true, you'd have had Mott keep me in my room."
"In any event, it was very rude."
"It was prince-like," I said. "A prince would never let anyone else determine his seat." After a brief hesitation, Connor smiled and raised his glass and toast to me.
"Indeed."
Connor took several opportunities during dinner to point out the errors I was making in manners. Tobias and Roden weren't making the same mistakes, so they must have had this lesson the night before, while I was lying on the ground by the river. I told him I'd make fewer mistakes if I didn't have to use my right hand for everything. He pointed out that it wasn't likely the prince would switch to the left hand for me, so I'd have to be the one to change. I corrected the errors, and Connor moved on. Despite my objection that it was a boring topic more suited for Master Graves than dinner conversation, he indulged us with a lecture on the customs of castle life, the daily schedule a king might manage. "If he's king, why is he tied to his schedule?" I asked. "Why couldn't he tell all his subjects that he's off doing what he wants and they can wait?"
"He could,"
Connor said.
"but his primary responsibility is to his country, not to himself. He is a manager, a decision-maker, a leader, not a child at play."
"But if one of us takes the throne, you'd do most of that for us, wouldn't you?" Connor shook his head.
"I'll be there to help you function in your role. I'll be a counselor, a guide, but you will be king."
Connor went quiet while Imogen and two other servants brought in the next course of our meal. She served Roden instead of me and didn't look at any of us. When she turned, I got a glimpse of a dark bruise over her left cheek. She'd been wearing her hair to hide it, but when she bent over, the bruise was obvious. "Where'd you get that?" I asked her. She glanced up at me, then quickly looked down, so I turned to Connor. "Where'd she get that bruise?" He waved his hand non-committally.
"She has a reputation for clumsiness.
I expect she ran into a cupboard door or a wall. Isn't that right, Imogen?"
Imogen looked from Connor to me, then back at Connor and nodded. Nobody in that room could have missed the fear in her eyes. "Somebody did that to her," I said.
"Nonsense," Connor said. "Imogen, if somebody hurt you, you'd tell me, wouldn't you?"
He laughed at his own joke. Obviously, Imogen could not have told him. And I suspected, even if she could, she still wouldn't have dared.
"We have business,"
Connor said to all of the servants in the room.
"You may all go."
When they left, Connor said,
"You seem very interested in that girl's affairs, Sage."
"Somebody gave her that bruise. We both know it wasn't an accident."
"She's a servant girl beneath your station now. Let those in her circles look after her interests."
"Those in her circles probably caused it." Connor brushed off my statement with an empty promise to look into the matter, then said,
"Forget the servant girl and remember why you're here. Did you know the prince is already engaged to be married?"
That had Rodin's attention.
"Already? To who?"
"To whom, Rodin?"
"The betrothed Princess Amarinda of Bultane was chosen at her birth for the Crown Prince Darius. She is the niece of the King of Weimar, and an alliance between Ecbert's home and hers is necessary for continued peace in Carthia. The betrothal was King Ecbert's idea. His wife, Queen Erin, was from an inconsequential border town in southern Carthia, unknown in any social circles of the upper class. He was expected to choose from amongst the noblemen's daughters, so there was a great controversy when he married. Even today, little is known about her life before the marriage. For all his weakness in defending his borders, he was always a great defender of his wife."
"Why was that necessary?" Tobias asked. "What was she before, some sort of criminal?"
"Bite those words,"
Connor ordered.
"She was your queen, Tobias, and a respectable woman always. My only point is that Ecbert wanted to avoid a similar uproar with his son. Now that Darius has been killed, the betrothal will pass to Prince Jarin, if he is found. If you take the crown, you will one day take Amarinda as your wife."
"But if she was engaged to Darius?" Rodin asked.
"She was betrothed to the throne, not the prince. Amarinda will marry the man who becomes king."
"Marry?" Tobias chuckled loudly, echoed by Rodin and me.
"Not until you're older, of course," Connor said. "But when the time comes, she will be yours."
"What does she look like?" I asked. Connor raised an eyebrow, and I added, "Seems to me a girl whose marriage is guaranteed might not need to take care of her looks as much as one who has yet to catch a man's eye."
"You shall see for yourself," Connor said. "I've invited her to dinner at the end of this week."
"But if she sees us," Tobias said.
"You three will be in disguise as servants amongst my staff. She is a betrothed princess and will hardly deign to look at any of you, but I want you to see her, to gain an understanding of her mannerisms and style. It will help you after you take the throne."
"So, what is she like?" Rodin asked.
"I'll have you judge that for yourselves, but I suspect she will appeal to you boys and make our contest that much more interesting."
Rodin and Tobias perked up at the prospect of seeing her, but I only slumped back in my chair. Connor had collected another victim in this hideous game, and the princess would never even know it. 19. Back in our rooms that night, Rodin went straight to bed. Tobias was at his desk, reading another book. I lay on my bed, staring out the window. Tucked beneath my pillow was a spool of thread, a needle, and a small pair of sewing shears. I did have a tear in a shirt from the horse ride, but I wasn't going to repair it. When I had enough privacy, I planned to cut the shirt up and sew a few pockets into the linings of my clothes. The vest I wore in the daytime had only one useless pocket on the outside. I needed a way to hide items inside my clothes where nobody would think to look. After verifying the sewing items were well hidden, I sat up and stared out the window near my bed. I pulled a garland from my vest pocket, stolen from Connor's pocket after dinner, and absent-mindedly let it roll over my knuckles. When it reached my pinky finger, I carried it with my thumb back to my forefinger. "Nice trick," Tobias said. "It helps me think." "What are you thinking about?" "Ways to get you to stop talking to me?" Tobias wasn't fazed. "While I have candlelight in this room, you can't possibly see outside. What are you staring at?" "Nothing. This is what you do during lessons as well. Are you lost in your daydreams?" "Dreaming of what my life might have been like if I'd made other decisions." Tobias set his book down flat on the table. "Like what?" "If I'd stayed with my family." "Then you'd have become a drunken musician like your father was." "Probably, but I wouldn't be here." I turned back to him. "Are you content with the choices you've made?" "I never made any choices," Tobias said. "After my parents died, I was told to live with my grandmother, so I did. After she died, I was told to go to the orphanage, so I did. Then I was told to come here, so I did. And when Connor tells you what you'll do as king, you will." "No!" Tobias took a deep breath, picked up his book again, and then in a calmer voice added, "I have a plan. I know what I'll do after I'm crowned." I went back to looking out the window. "I hope it works for you." "It will. I've worked out every detail." "Stop staring out that window!" "Why does it matter to you?" "Because it's pointless when I know you can't see outside. Perhaps you're using it as a mirror to admire yourself." Then Tobias looked down at his papers and suddenly gathered them all together in a pile. "I can't see your papers," I said tiredly. "You're being foolish." "Nevertheless," Tobias took his papers and threw them in the fire. He blew out his candle and said, "I'm going to bed now." It was a long time until he fell asleep. I'd had a hard time outlasting him, but I was determined to get outside Farthenwood tonight. I inched the window open and crept onto the narrow ledge directly beneath it. There was little room for error, but it was a calm night, and there were plenty of places to grip onto the walls. I'd be fine. A neighing sound in the pasture caught my attention first. Connor's wild mare had returned home. That was good news for me. It would diminish any sting in Connor's anger toward me for having lost her. It was good news for Cregan as well. Time off from his sentence of service to Connor. It was amazing how much I could learn about Farthenwood from the exterior. With a fair amount of climbing and using the ledges, I could see into many of the windows. I only saw a few people still awake this late at night, and there were windows in nearly every room. The more favored servants' quarters were on the main floor in the corners of the house. A few of the windows were covered in curtains. The rooms with curtain windows likely belonged to Imogen and other female servants, but I never tried to see into them. The idea of being caught staring into a room of sleeping women was not a pleasant one. They'd mark me as a peeping Tom, with no idea that it was the farthest thought from my mind. The center of the main floor was living space such as Connor's office, the library, the music room, a dance hall, and the dining room. The kitchen and other servant areas were in the back. Bedrooms were on the upper floor. Connor's room was on the opposite side of the house from ours. There were other rooms between them, few of which interested me. I wasn't sure yet how to get onto the top floor of Farthenwood, which was only a third of the area of the other floors. The nursery schoolroom where Rodin and I took lessons was up there, but I wasn't sure of what else. Likely, there are apartments for a governess and possibly more bedrooms. I might eventually find my way up to that level, but I wasn't trying too hard. It didn't seem that anything interesting was up there. I shinnied down a drain pipe to reach solid ground, always a nice feeling, and set about exploring the grounds. I passed through the stables, the archery courtyard, a wide vegetable garden, and then another carefully tended flower garden. The thought nagged at me again to just run. But I knew I wouldn't dare. The assurance of that confirmed my worst suspicions about myself, that deep inside, I really was a coward. The crescent moon had shifted in the sky before I decided to return to my bedroom, where Connor so smugly believed he held us prisoner. It was dark enough that I had to feel for the edges of the window to find the small gap to open it again. But there was no gap. The window was shut tight. I pressed on it, but it was either locked or stuck beyond my ability to open it. I wondered what I should do. Tap on the window and get Rodin and Tobias to let me in? They'd certainly tell Mott or Connor, and I'd face a terrific punishment for that. As it turned out, I didn't have that decision to make. Tobias sat up in bed and looked directly at me. Then a wicked smile spread across his face. He arched his eyebrows, as if asking what I intended to do about this problem. I held out both hands, then pointed to the window. He shook his head slowly, then rolled over and lay back down again. I looked at Rodin, but if he was awake, I couldn't tell. He wasn't facing me and wasn't moving, except for a slow rise and fall of his body. I wondered if he was a part of Tobias's trick. Rodin and I had agreed to sabotage Tobias. Maybe Rodin also made an agreement with Tobias to sabotage me. If so, it would leave him free of both of us as threats. It would be a clever plan, and I almost regretted that I had not thought of it. I leaned my head against the stone wall of Farthenwood and balanced my feet on the narrow ledge. It wouldn't be long before the morning servants would awaken to begin preparing the house for a daytime routine. I was running out of time. 20. A few of the servants' windows were open, but it didn't seem like a good idea to go through any of them. Too many people, most of whom would be waking up soon. Besides, then I'd have to get all the way upstairs and past Mott or whoever stood guard outside our room at night, all without being seen. Connor's window was slightly open. That would at least get me on the right floor. Then I could keep watch and hope for a sleeping servant guarding my door, or an easily distracted one. As risky as it was to use his room, it was my best choice. Maybe my only choice. Connor had a small balcony outside his room. The door was bolted shut to keep it from blowing open during a wind gust, but the window beside the balcony was open enough to let a slight breeze through. The window gave easily when I pressed on it. It was much larger than the window by my bed, so there was no difficulty in sliding my body into his room. I stood still for a very long time to be sure of the rhythm of his sleep, the depth of his breaths and their cycle. He snored softly, which I appreciated because it gave me some cover for any sound I might make. His wide canopy bed was draped in so much fabric, it was difficult to see his body. The sounds of his snoring would have to be enough to assure me I was safe. Back in Mrs. Turbledy's orphanage, I'd spent more nights than days roaming through the rooms. I knew how to test for a floor squeak before placing my weight on it. I knew how to open a door, a closet, or a drawer so that it didn't create a sense of movement in the room. And I knew how to stay invisible. At least, I knew how to do it there. Here, it was a little more complicated. I wasn't familiar with the layout of Connor's room, and there wasn't much light to work with. Connor's room was larger than our bedroom, ridiculously large for only one man, but he was the master here, so if this was the room he wanted, it was his. On one end of the room, to my left, was his bed and several large wardrobes along the far wall for his many fine clothes. Near me was a cushioned chair where he could look out over the balcony onto the back lawn while he sipped a morning tea. To my right were rows of shelves filled with books. He had so many more in his office below that I couldn't help but wonder if he'd actually read all these books. Or were they merely for show? Probably he'd read them. Connor was a thorough man. I was briefly curious about the titles, about what books he studied. Then Connor mumbled something unintelligible in his sleep and rolled over. It was time to go. The door into the hallway was shut tight. One of the problems that concerned me was not knowing what I'd find on the other side. Was his room guarded or waited on by a night servant? A nobleman's often is, but I wouldn't know until I opened the door, and there was a stiff penalty for guessing wrong. Then in the moonlight, something caught my eye, hinting at a possibility I'd suspected, but not yet proved. The fringe on a hanging tapestry was pinched between walls. Connor had told us earlier that he knew all the secrets to Farthenwood. I hoped this was what he had meant.
Either the interior walls were uncommonly thick, or Farthenwood had secret passageways. I took my time crossing the floor of Connor's bedroom. Wood floors are notorious for their creaks, and I didn't want to cause the creak that woke him. Once I reached the wall, finding the way to open the door into the passageway was remarkably easy. 3 finger holes were carved into the wall, but hidden by the border of the tapestry. I opened the door to the passage as slowly as possible, and no wider than necessary. In a bind, I can get through small spaces. This was a very big bind, and I allowed myself only a very small space to enter. Once inside, I saw that the passage was barely lit with oil lamps set in sconces and spaced far enough apart that a person could make his way through. It was narrow and poorly marked for any exit points, except for a small handle on the wall that released the hidden door to open. I took a few wrong turns, entering other guest rooms that were fortunately empty. When I came to our room, I immediately saw why Connor had chosen to put us here. There was a small hole at the base of the wall that I'd previously mistaken for a mouse hole. It was no such thing. Connor had given us a room where, if he wanted to, he could listen to our conversations. Connor still used the tunnels, or one of his surrogates did. That's why oil lamps were kept burning all the time. I would have to use great caution if I chose to return here. I silently pressed open the secret door, letting myself back into our room. Tobias and Roden were both asleep in their beds. I watched each of them for a while, wondering if in different circumstances any of us might have become friends. Then I shook it off. It had been a long time since I dared call anyone a friend. The concept was only theoretical to me now. Tobias woke up early that morning to find me sound asleep in my bed, and nobody the wiser. He stared at me open-mouthed when I finally woke up, until I rolled over to fall asleep again. Tobias never asked me the story of how I got back into our room, and I never offered it. 21. Errol entered my room that morning with the clothes I'd worn when Connor first brought me here. "Finally," I said. "Why the delay?" Errol hesitated, finally deciding that instead of answering, he'd ask whether I had any reward for him. "I don't know what you're talking about," I said lightly. "But if you're ever in the library, there's a small bump in the pages of Connor's family history. You might straighten it out." Errol grinned. "No offense, sir, but all 3 of you came in here empty-handed. It might be wise for me to ask where that coin came from." I shook my head. "The truth is, Errol, that it would not be wise at all. Thanks for returning my clothes. Now get out and leave me alone." "I can put those clothes away, sir." "So can I. Close the door behind you." When he left, I unfolded the clothes to inspect them. They'd been washed, and a rip in the side of my shirt was mended, but otherwise they seemed the same as before. These were so much more like me. I didn't belong in the silks and fine weaves Connor costumed us in. They weren't comfortable. I didn't feel like a gentleman while wearing them, and certainly not like a prince. I felt like a fraud, which in the truest definition of the word, I was. Before folding the trousers, I checked the pockets. My eyes widened and I yelled for Errol to come back into the room. "I had something in this pocket," I said. "Where is it?" Errol shook his head, but he clearly knew the answer. "You had nothing of value in there, sir." I moved closer to him, and his face paled. "Did you throw it out then?" In almost a whisper, Errol said, "Connor heard you wanted these back. He insisted on inspecting them before they were returned to you. If anything is missing, sir, you should ask him." Minutes later, I stormed into Connor's small dining room, slamming the door against the wall. "Where's my gold?"
"Where's Mott?"
Connor asked.
"He should have escorted you."
"He doesn't know I left. Where is it?"
"I can't imagine what you're talking about. Now come, sit, and have some breakfast."
He gestured to a seat near Roden and Tobias, who were both staring at me as if I'd gone completely insane. I had no intention of sitting. "The gold, in the pockets of the clothes I wore before coming here. You took it."
"That's what this is about."
Connor laughed. Stupid boy. That rock you carried wasn't gold.
Yes, it is, and it's mine.
Connor shook his head. It's imitator's gold, Sage. You probably bought it from a swindler in the marketplace.
It was a gift, and it's real. I want it back.
No. Connor folded his hands together. You're training to become a prince, even a king. A king wouldn't carry imitator's gold in his pocket. Study hard to become royalty, and I'll see that you carry real gold wherever you go.
We're all imitators here. So if you're right about the gold, then there's no more appropriate thing for me to carry than that rock. Where is it?
It's mine now, Connor said. I'm sure I'll find a useful purpose for it one day. Maybe as a skipping stone in the nearby river. Now please sit down. We were about to discuss the royal lineage.
You discuss it, I said. I've got better things to do. And I stormed out. I didn't make it to the reading or history lessons that morning. Tobias, Rodin, and I were on our way out to the stables that afternoon when Mott and Cregan strode toward us. I was eating an apple swiped from the kitchen, but from the expressions on their faces, I didn't think I'd get to finish it. They look angry, Tobias said to me. What did you do? Is it always something I've done? I asked. Don't you and Rodin ever do anything worth their attention? It's always something you've done, Rodin agreed. Although I was tempted, there was no point in running. We were trapped between the stables and the house, so they'd catch me anyway. Besides, whatever punishment was coming my way, I didn't need to complicate it further. Cregan placed both hands on my chest and shoved me to the ground. Sure enough, the apple rolled out of my hand and into the dirt.
Where is that rock?
He asked. The fall to the ground knocked the breath from me, but I still muttered, It's gold.
You stole it from the master.
Who stole it from me? What I did only set the universe back in order.
You don't want this fight, Sage, Mott warned. Now please, where's the rock?
I set my jaw forward and dug the heel of my boot into the dirt. Maybe he was right, but I wasn't going to admit it.
Take him,
Mott said to Cregan, who pulled out his knife and ordered me to stand. When I did, he pressed the knife to my neck and grabbed my arm. With Cregan by my side and Mott on my heels, we walked back to Farthenwood. Connor was waiting for me in his office, standing behind his wide oak desk. Cregan threw me into the chair in front of the desk, and he and Mott stood on opposite sides of me.
Where is the rock?
Connor asked coldly. Isn't it in your desk where you left it? I countered with an equal coolness to my voice. That set Connor off. He nodded at Cregan, who slapped me hard across my cheek. I tasted blood in my mouth and closed my eyes a moment before the sting eased enough that I could open them.
I bought you from the orphanage, Connor yelled. That means I own you, which means I own everything that belonged to you. That rock is mine.
If it's not real gold, then why do you want it? I asked.
Because I don't want you to have it. I will not present someone to the court who carries imitator's gold in his pocket. Where is it?
Maybe you lost it, I said. Cregan slapped me again, harder this time.
Take him to the dungeon, Connor whispered. Do what you must, but leave no scars.
No, wait! My eyes widened as fear gripped me. I knew what would happen there. Don't do this, Connor. It's just a rock. Is that what you want to hear? Connor pressed both hands flat on his desk as he leaned toward me.
What I want, Sage, is for you to bend to my will. If I tell you to jump from a cliff, I want you to jump. If I tell you to swim to the far side of the ocean, I want you to swim. I don't care about the rock, but if I tell you that it's no longer yours, then I will have your loyalty, respect, and obedience. I'll give you one last chance. Where is it?
My heart pounded so loudly in my ears that I barely heard him. All I knew was that he would not get that rock, even if my life depended on it, and I suspected that it did.
Take him,
Connor said. Mott and Cregan grabbed each of my arms and literally dragged me, kicking and screaming, out the door. 22. Connor's dungeon smelled of rotting urine. I vaguely wondered who else had been brought here and how long ago. The dungeon was only a single room surrounded by rough-hewn rock walls and rusty iron bars. There were no windows, and no lights except for the few lit candles and sconces on the wall outside the bars. It was damp down here, and I shivered in the cold air. Except it wasn't that cold. I was terrified. When Cregan used a hand to open the barred door, I wrenched an arm free of his grasp and got in one good punch on his neck. Mott grabbed my arm and rested it behind me with the other, pinching them tightly together. "I'll make you pay for that," Cregan hissed. Once we were inside, he sliced off my shirt and shackled my wrists with a chain that hung from the ceiling. When he raised the chain, I could only barely touch the floor with my arms suspended above me. Mott had gone to the far corner of the room, but now he approached me. In his hands was some sort of whip. It had a long handle with a thick leather strap on the end that he held tightly bundled. "Connor said not to leave scars." It was impossible to control the tremble in my voice as I spoke. Cregan's grin revealed his eagerness for that whip to fly. "He said nothing about bruises. As long as he hits you with the broadside of this strap, you'll feel the pain, but it shouldn't cut you." "Please don't do this, Mott." I wasn't above begging. "You chose this," he yelled. "Didn't I warn you before?" "What's so important about the rock?" Cregan asked. "It's not about the rock," Mott said. "The boy just wants to win. This is his way of proving that Connor doesn't own him." "He doesn't own me," I said. That elicited Mott's first snap of the whip. I'd prepared myself for pain, but not as great as this. A scream burst from my lips that didn't sound like me. Mott snapped it again, and then a third time. My legs collapsed beneath me, which pulled hard at my shoulders. "Where's the rock?" Mott asked. Without waiting for an answer, he snapped the whip again. I felt myself separating from the pain, as if a part of me had stepped aside to watch it happen. That part of me cringed at the sound of strap hitting flesh. The other part continued to scream. "He doesn't own me," I whispered. "It's my gold." The whip snapped again, ripping like a claw into my skin. Then Mott scowled. "Get a towel." "Connor said not to draw blood," Cregan said. "He said not to leave scars. Get me the bandages and then we'll leave him alone. We'll give him time to think about his next answer." Cregan disappeared for a moment while Mott cursed and threw the whip back into the corner of the room. A minute later, Cregan returned with a bottle of clear liquid and a cloth. "I'll take care of this," Mott said. "Don't tell Connor anything more than you have to." "Give me 5 minutes alone with him," Cregan said with a growl. "I'll find out where the rock is." "Get out," Mott commanded. When we were alone, Mott unscrewed the bottle. I caught a whiff of it and shook my head. "Don't. No more." "The sting won't be much better than the whip," Mott warned. He poured the liquid onto the cloth, then pressed it to my back. I howled again and kicked Mott in the knee, and he stumbled backward. "You'll get infected if I don't clean this," he said angrily. "I'm the only friend you've got right now, so don't upset me." "If you're my friend, then who are my enemies?" "You are your own enemy, Sage. Look in the mirror for the cause of your problems. Do you think I wanted to hold that whip?" He patted my back again with the cloth, and I cursed at him. "Watch your mouth or Connor will have me whip that out of you too." "It hurts!" My back was on fire and every nerve in my body felt it. "I don't know why Connor hasn't killed you already," Mott said. "He sees something in you worth keeping, but his patience won't last forever. Give him the rock, Sage." "No." Mott wrapped the wet cloth around my side and knotted it tightly. "You're a fool," he said. "If this is your strategy to become prince, it's a terrible one. Bow to Connor, boy, and give him the rock." Before he left, he blew out both candles, leaving me suspended from the ceiling, half naked,
injured, and in complete darkness. 23. They came to check on me 2 more times that day. The first time, Cregan brought a bowl of steaming soup. He said he knew I hadn't eaten much that day, and that I must be starved by now. All I had to do was tell them where the rock was hidden, and they'd let me go. I told him the soup smelled awful, and I'd rather lick the dungeon floors. Cregan said that could be arranged. Then he leaned against the wall and ate the soup. When he was full, he threw the remains on me and laughed. "I asked Connor to let me kill you right now," he said. "If you make it quick, then go ahead." And I meant it. Cregan got so close to me that I could smell the onions from the soup on his breath. "Oh no, I wouldn't make it quick. I take my time with you. Guess I have to be patient though, because unfortunately the master wants to keep you around a little while longer." "Go away then." He seemed amused at my attempt to order him, and tried an order of his own. "Where's the rock?" I turned my face away from him, and was rewarded with a punch to the stomach. "I can do that all I want," he said. "It won't leave scars." "Keep it up," I said when I recovered my breath. "After I'm king, it will lessen my guilt for having you executed." Cregan glared at me, issued a few threats for what he'd do the next time he came down, and stomped back up the stairs. Any number of hours later, Mott came with a rock that he said was as shiny as the one I'd had before. He pointed out that it was a little bigger than the other one and looked more valuable. I could have this rock. I only had to return the other one to Connor. "That's imitator's gold," I said, irritated at his attempt to patronize me. "Mine was real." "Yours was just a worthless rock," Mott said. "Even I could tell that." "Why does Connor want it then?" "Why do you want it?" Mott said. "Neither of you could possibly care for what any other person wouldn't even bother to pick up off the side of the road. Connor wants it because you want it, and you want it to defy Connor. If you think this fight proves anything, you're wrong." "Tell Connor he needs me to be his prince," I said. "Neither Rodin nor Tobias will be able to convince the regents, but I can, and he knows it." "I'll tell him," Mott said. "But I think Connor would be a fool to pass you off as the prince. First chance after that crown landed on your head, you'd take a royal revenge on him." "Just tell him. Tell him I'll be his prince." The next time I heard footsteps on the stairs, I expected it to be Mott or Cregan. But the footsteps fell too lightly. It was impenetrably dark in here, and when the glow from a candle rounded the corner, its dim light was harsh on my eyes. I squinted, and my dry voice was hoarse as I asked, "Who's there?" There was no answer. The door to the dungeon opened, and only then did I recognize Imogen. She held a finger to her lips to silence any further questions, then withdrew a flask from her skirt. She raised it to my mouth and let me gulp in cool water until I shook my head that I'd had enough. Also hidden beneath her skirt was a warm roll. She helped me eat it, then wiped my mouth with her fingers so there would be no sign of food or water. "Thank you," I said. After a slight hesitation, she whispered, "You look awful." My eyes widened. "You talk?" Her voice was soft and low. "You must keep 2 secrets from me, that I can talk and that I came here tonight." "Why did you come?" "It's been more than a day since they brought you here. I don't know how much longer Connor will keep you here. Can't you give him what he wants?" I shook my head. "He wants to own me. If I give in to him on this, then there's nothing left of me." She offered me more water, which I gratefully accepted. "I should have brought you more to eat," she said, "but I was afraid they'd notice." I closed my eyes to rest them for a moment, then opened them and asked, "That bruise I saw the other night, was it my fault?" "I had troubles before you came, and they'll continue after you're gone. Besides, right now you should worry more about yourself." "Who hurts you?" Do you know how ridiculous that question is, coming from someone in your position? The encouraging smile she had forced onto her face faded. I'm fine. Some days are harder than others, that's all. And it's easy for them to pick on me because they know I'll never tell. Why do you pretend to be a mute? She lowered her eyes, then looked back into mine. It turned Connor's attention away. It's better this way, trust me. We fell silent for a moment. Then Imogen tilted the flask. It's finished. I'll bring you more later if I can get away. Don't risk it. He'll let me go soon. He has to. Imogen exited the dungeon, fastening the door as it had been before. Looking back through the bars, she said, Don't give up, Sage. And don't give in to him. Please. A lot of us are watching you, and we need to see that it's possible to win. She disappeared as quickly and quietly as she had come. With just the bit of food in my stomach, I was able to relax a little, and for the first time ever, I learned to sleep standing up. 24. It was impossible to know what time it was when Mott and Cregan returned for me again. It didn't feel as if I'd had any rest, but my arms ached so badly, I was sure I'd slept for some time. Whatever food Imogen gave me had long ceased to offer any comfort. Cregan reached the dungeon first and got directly in my face. With a snarl, he asked, Where's the rock? Gold, I mumbled. Enough. Mott pulled Cregan's outstretched arm down. This is between the boy and the master, not you. Cregan grabbed my hair to force me to look at him. You're not the prince yet, so I can tell you this. I'm going to do everything in my power to see that Connor chooses one of the other two boys. Because after they ride off to the castle, I'm going to kill you myself. And you will beg for mercy, but you'll come to understand just how merciless I can be. I said enough, Mott repeated. Let him down, Cregan. They released the chains, and I crumpled to the floor like a rag doll. Cregan kicked me lightly until I let him have the satisfaction of a groan, and then dropped an armful of clothes on me. The master wishes to speak with you. Get dressed. I didn't move until Mott finally crouched to the floor and began dressing me. Then he cursed and said to Cregan, He's bled through on his bandages. Get me some more. I'll have to get them from upstairs, Cregan said. We didn't have much down here before. Then get them. Cregan's footsteps pounded up the stairs. While I lay face down on the filthy floor, Mott worked silently to remove my bandages. One of them pulled where dried sweat and blood had bonded it to my skin. I cringed, and Mott breathed an apology. With tears in my eyes, I said, You have to help me. Please, Mott, I can't do this. I work for Connor, not you. Then after a moment, he sighed tiredly and added, After all this, the master is still considering you. That says a lot. It's time to stop thinking of yourself as an orphan and look at yourself as a prince. I will always be an orphan now. And for the first time in as long as I could remember, I cried. I cried for my lost family and for every circumstance in my life that had led me here. Mott held my forehead until calm slowly returned to me. Forgive me, I mumbled. You're half-starved and exhausted, he said. Forgive me that it was my job to bring this upon you. Moments later, Cregan returned. He handed the new bandage to Mott and then stood back as Mott carefully peeled away the rest of the old one. Give me a light, he directed Cregan. Cregan handed him a candle, which they held close to me. It's going to scar, Mott said. It cut deeper than I had thought, but I think so far we saved it from any infection. They poured more of the liquid onto the cut. I clawed at the floor for relief from the pain but made little sound. There was no energy for that. The sting passed, and they wrapped me in a new bandage. It took both Mott's and Cregan's help to get me dressed. Then they walked me up the stairs. The early morning light was fierce on my eyes, and I stumbled backward, anything to get away from so much sun. "Get him some water," Mott said to someone nearby while still holding me firmly. A cup appeared and Mott pressed it to my lips. I took a few sips, then turned my head away. The light didn't hurt so badly now. I faintly realized how much I'd missed seeing it. "We can't delay any longer," Mott said. "Let's take him to Connor." They sat me in a chair facing Connor's desk. Connor stared at me for what seemed like an eternity, and then said, "You look terrible." I said nothing. "If you learn nothing else during your time here, Sage, perhaps you will learn not to defy me. You were 2 nights down there. Did you know it's been so long? I hope you had time to reflect that disobedience to me will bring you nothing but misery." Again, I had no response. It occurred to me that obedience to him offered its own form of misery, but I wasn't going to tell him that. Besides, it hurt to talk. Connor nodded at Mott, who brought out a tray and set it on Connor's desk. It was filled with items I recognized as having come from various hiding places around my bed and my drawers. Connor picked up a few things that I'd pickpocketed over the last few days: a butter knife, a gold cufflink, several coins. "No need to ask about these," he said. "You've obviously managed to find time amongst your other studies to steal from me and those in this household." Yes, that was obvious, so I remained silent. Then Connor picked up some papers. "But I must ask about these. Do you know what's on them?" "I don't know what you're looking at," I mumbled. "They're notes someone made. Whoever wrote them seems to have detailed some strange plans. They may be interpreted as ways to get rid of me should he become king. Everything from the rather non-offensive appointing me as a foreign ambassador to poisoning my wine. Who wrote this, Sage?" I shook my head. "Is your name on it?" "Of course not. As I said, this is only my interpretation of the notes. Tell me who wrote them so I can ask about it." "I wanted to practice writing with my right hand. I found these in a bin set for fire kindling." "I must ask you directly. Did you write these notes?" I started to laugh, then choked on it as pain thumped in my side. "You can't think I'm that foolish." "Roden couldn't have made these notes either," Connor said. "It must be Tobias." "Ask him, then." "I think not," Connor said. "I believe I'll let Tobias rest secure in the belief that he's in the lead for my decision. The more confident he is, if he authored these pages, that overconfidence will guide him to expose himself." Connor chuckled and then added, "I'm sure this secret is safe between you and me, correct?" He didn't wait for a response and I offered none. Connor stood and walked over to me. He lifted my face and inspected it for cuts or bruises. "You're none the worse after a stay in my dungeons. I hope the experience humbled you." He took the blank expression on my face as an answer and continued. "You're a difficult young man, Sage, but I suspect that comes from your lack of discipline and supervision, which means I can train it out of you. I've heard that down in the dungeons you told Mott you would be my prince. Is that so?" "You need me." "Why is that?" It took a few seconds to collect my breath to answer. "Tobias and Roden can't convince the regents. I can." "So you'll be their prince," Connor said. "But will you be my prince?" Slowly, I nodded. Connor smiled and said, "You have 1 more week to prove it to me. Sleep today and you'll resume lessons tomorrow. Now go get some rest." He never asked me about the rock, but he got what he really wanted. I had promised to be his prince. 25. Once they got me into bed, Errol attempted to take care of my back, but I fought him so much that at one point after I awoke, it was Imogen who sat beside me. I mumbled a hello to her. She shifted her eyes to identify Errol in the room, standing against a wall and looking irritated. So I closed my eyes and went back to sleep. The next time I awoke,
Imogen was using a warm, damp cloth to clean my face. It was getting darker outside, though only a few lamps were lit yet. I looked around the room, but we appeared to be alone. "Where's Errol?" I asked. "Gone, for now." "So they let you out of the kitchen to play nursemaid?" "No one else would come, not after the way Errol described all the trouble you were giving him." "He made it hurt worse." She frowned. "I'll try to do better. Let me look at it." "Don't. It'll look bad, and then you'll have to pour this stuff on it." "That stuff is alcohol, and it'll keep infection away." She helped me roll onto my stomach, then lifted up my shirt and pulled at the bandage. There was silence as she looked at my back. It didn't even sound as if she was still breathing. "Oh, Sage. It's just the one cut, which looks awful, but you're covered with bruises too." She lightly traced a finger across my back. "Your hand is cold," I mumbled. "Your skin is hot." She unknotted and loosened the bandage, then said, "The wound is sealed, which is good, but I've still got to use the alcohol." I groaned and buried my face in my pillow. She applied alcohol to a towel and pressed it against my back, apologizing the entire time. When she finished, I focused on steadying my breathing while she re-knotted the bandage. "The servants say you did this for some little rock," she said. "They had us search everywhere, but nobody can find it. Where'd you put it?" "What's your reward if I answer that?" Imogen drew back offended. I apologized, but the damage was done. "I'm no spy. It was just a question. If you knew, maybe they'd try to get the answer from you too." "You're the only one in the entire world, Connor included, who truly gives a devil's inch about that rock. Gold. Whatever it was, you're crazy to defy Connor that way." "Only 1 week more, then everything will change." "Didn't you learn anything in the dungeon? Nothing will change as long as you're living under Connor's rules. You've got to find a way to get out of here. If he chooses me this week, I could get you away from here too." She hesitated, then said, "You're delirious with exhaustion." "I'm not." "You are," she insisted. "Sage, you are. Trust me on that. If I were the prince, whatever title they give you, you'll always be a servant to Connor. You'll always belong to him in some way, which means you're in no position to make that offer. Now enough of this. You have to eat something. Can you sit up?" With Imogen's help, I got to a sitting position. She offered to feed me, but I said I'd rather do it. "After becoming prince, I could trick Connor," I said after I'd taken a few sips of a warm vegetable broth. "Free myself of his influence. Then you could—" We were interrupted by Tobias and Rodin returning to the room. They stopped in the doorway and stared awkwardly at me. "Thought you'd never see me again?" I asked. "It's like looking at the dead," Rodin said. "We didn't think Connor would bring you back here," Tobias said. "Not after what you did. It's okay for him to steal from me, but not for me to take it back?" They didn't answer and stared at Imogen as if they wanted her to leave before anything more was said. I finished the rest of my soup and handed it to Imogen. She shook her head stiffly at me, then gathered up any items not needed and quickly left the room. "It's irrelevant for you now anyway," Tobias said, sitting at the desk. "You've missed so much of the lessons, there's no way you can catch up, not even to Rodin. Connor will choose me." "How do you know that?" I asked. "No, it's true," Rodin said, obviously dismayed. "Connor made it very clear at supper tonight that I've been a disappointment to him, and you're too unstable. He didn't say anything at all about Tobias. If he had any problem with him, he'd certainly have said so." "Tobias isn't strong enough to be king," I said. "You and I have proven ourselves. Has he?" "I will." Tobias's face was already red, and I suspected it was going to get redder before he was finished. "Don't challenge me on that, and don't get in my way." Pretending I couldn't detect the threatening tone in his voice, I casually leaned my head against the wall. "This is your chance with Connor, then. Be strong. Be bold. Tell him about all the notes you've made. Show them to him and prove just how smart you've become." Tobias glanced over at his stack of papers. Worry lines creased his forehead, and he asked, "Have you been in my papers?" "What good would that do me? I just think those notes would show off the results of your studies. Prove to him that you have plans of your own." Tobias grabbed his papers and threw them into the fire. He marched over to my bed and stuck a finger in my face, then yelled, "You think you're so clever, but if you push me any further, you'll see how foolish you are." "I never denied being a fool," I said, lying back down on my bed. "That's the difference between us." "26. I slept the rest of that evening and through the night, waking up only when Imogen came to check on my bandages. There was so much I wanted to ask her, but someone else was always in the room with us, and any real conversation was impossible. I was more careful this time to let her do her job without giving her any particular attention, though I still felt the entire charade was ridiculous. Most of these servants came to Farthenwood in better circumstances than I had, and right now I was much more like the servants than Connor. My friendships with Imogen or Errol or Mott shouldn't have threatened any of them. Morning brought stiffness to my muscles. I must have been too tired the day before to notice how sore they were, or maybe it was that I didn't have to move around much before now. Errol insisted on helping me dress, even brought Mott into the room to ensure I accepted that help. It wasn't necessary. Standing there with my arms out while Errol dressed me was about as much as I could do. With considerable struggle, I managed to stay awake that day, and even paid a semblance of attention to the morning tutors. Master Graves made it very clear that they had moved on without me and had no time to return to the lessons of the previous few days, so I would have to catch up as best as I could.
It's been a week since you came to Farthenwood, Sage, and you're no further along than the first day we started.
I told him that was probably because I'd only had 2 of his lessons and, in all fairness to myself, hadn't really bothered to pay attention to either of them. This only darkened his glares at me, and he focused the rest of the lesson on Rodin. Mistress Havala also said there wasn't enough time to review what had been discussed while I was, she generously used the word indisposed, but gave me 2 books that she said contained much of the same information. "You probably can't read them without help," she said. "Perhaps Tobias will help you in the evenings." "I'm certain that Tobias has already given me too much help," I said. Tobias gripped the sides of his chair and said whatever he might do to please Master Connor would please him. Rodin and Tobias did horseback and sword-fighting lessons that afternoon. I was excused from participating, but Mott insisted I watch them. I watched the horseback lessons until they rode too far away for me to see them, and I fell asleep. The sword-fighting lesson was somewhat more interesting. Tobias was still a disaster with a sword, but Rodin had improved significantly. I wondered if he was naturally talented, or if he'd been putting in a lot of extra hours of practice. Mott commented on it too. Rodin shrugged and said Cregan had offered to help him during free hours. "Cregan is skilled with a sword, but he's self-taught," Mott warned. "With him as your teacher, you will learn to fight, but your style will not reflect the training of a prince." "My lessons with you will help me pass for the prince," Rodin said, "but Cregan's lessons will keep me alive." Dinner that evening was relatively quiet. Connor vaguely inquired after our progress, but said he'd already had full reports from all our instructors. He asked me what I was doing to try to catch up. I shrugged and said I planned to study Tobias's notes after he was asleep. Tobias shot me a glare, but Connor laughed. "And what is your response to that?" Connor asked Tobias. Tobias shook his head. "I have no notes, sir, and Sage couldn't read them if I did." "If you did have notes, Sage could get them and perhaps even read them. You had better be careful, Tobias, or Sage will end up as my choice." "That would be a mistake, sir," Tobias mumbled. "Your mistake," Connor corrected, "is that you are more interested in pleasing me than in becoming like the boy Prince Jaren was. Learn to fight back, Tobias. Be strong." His eyes drifted to me, and he shook his head. "Don't be smug about that, Sage. Jaren didn't seek fights either.
the way you do. I can see you all still have much to learn about who the prince really was."
After we returned to our room that night, I fell onto my bed, not caring what clothes I slept in, as long as I could sleep. But Tobias sat at the desk, turning his chair to stare directly at me. Finally, I muttered, "You obviously have something to say, Tobias, so what is it?" His eyes narrowed. "I am strong enough to stop you, Sage. You too, Rodin. I'm warning you both not to push me any further." "Connor said the prince never sought out fights," I reminded him. "This isn't about being like Jaren," he said. "It's about stopping you, and I will if I have to." Grimacing with the sting in my back, I rolled over to face the wall. Before closing my eyes, I said, "Connor will choose me this week, and you know it. You wouldn't dare to stop me." As tired as I was, I forced myself to stay awake for nearly an hour after that until I was sure both Rodin and Tobias were asleep. Because no matter what I said, it was becoming increasingly obvious that Tobias would at some point carry out his threat. 27. Mott was waiting for us after lessons the next day to tell us there would be no horseback riding that afternoon, nor sword fighting.
"Cregan says you're all good enough on horseback to pass initial scrutiny, and Connor has other plans for you this afternoon."
Those other plans were dancing lessons in Connor's great hall, so Connor apparently had other ways to torture us beyond his dungeon walls. I grabbed my side and sat in a chair near the door. "I'm not dancing. It'll hurt."
"Today is the only time we can spare for these lessons,"
Connor said, walking in ahead of a small group of women.
"Surely a handsome young prince would never be so tired that he couldn't enjoy a dance with a lovely young lady."
Reluctantly I stood, though swallowing a laugh when I saw our 3 dancing partners. None of them were young, and lovely was a kind exaggeration. They were dressed in clothes similar to his other servants, and had the rougher skin of women accustomed to physical labor. Rodin shared a grin with me. Tobias straightened his spine, but looked a little nervous.
"Don't be shy, boys," Connor said. "You don't have to romance them. It's just some dancing, and all of them are fine dancers."
We walked forward and made the decision of who our partner would be based on which lady happened to be standing closest to us. My partner was a woman in her 40s, who whispered to me that her name was Jean. She had curly hair that was probably once a pretty brown before it had grayed and faded. Her eyes were wide, contrasting with her thin lips and nose. Not a pretty face, but it was an interesting one. Connor began instructing us in a basic minuet, demonstrating the steps himself with Rodin's partner, then clapping his hands to a beat as we imitated him. Jean was pleasant and helpful, and forgiving with every mistake I made. "You're doing fine," she said. It was a lie, and we both knew it, but I appreciated it nonetheless. Neither Tobias nor Rodin seemed to be doing much better. Connor remained patient with us, though, and after several tries, we all began to make the steps in a respectable manner. At a break between dances, Connor asked if my father was a musician. "As I've told you on more than one occasion, sir."
"Surely you play an instrument, then?"
"I've also told you my father was a poor musician. You cannot believe the student could rise higher than his teacher." Connor walked to the corner of the room, where a small instrument case was propped. He pulled out a fiddler and fitted the pieces together.
"I'd like to hear you play, Sage, if you were taught by your musician father."
"I'd leave my lovely dance partner alone, sir."
"I'll dance with her, if you play something we can dance to."
I eyed Connor. "Is this a test?" With a tilt of his head, Connor said,
"Everything is a test."
So I took the fiddler. It needed a bit of tuning, which was awkward for me at first. I'd actually never played a fiddler, but it was a basic wind instrument, and with only a little trouble at first, I could guess at the fingering. "What I don't remember must be improvised," I warned them. "Forgive me if I fail to do this song justice." Then I began to play. It wasn't a song for dancing, but was instead a sad melody that had always given me images of loneliness on a forgotten beach in the night. It was a tune that used to make my mother cry, and after a while, My father no longer played it. After a while, he no longer played any songs at all, but I never forgot the tune. When I finished, there was a hush in the room. I handed the fippler back to Connor, who solemnly said,
"You are right, Sage. The student cannot rise higher than his master. I believe we need to dance again."
I caught Connor's eye a few times over the next dance, wondering what he had intended by asking me to play. If I'd been lying about my father's hobby, all I would have had to say was that he never taught me. After the dance finished, Connor told us to rest a moment, then folded his arms and chuckled.
"None of you will ever be great dancers," he said. "But at least you won't humiliate yourselves either. We'll work a bit longer. Then I'll have each of you boys go and change clothes. You'll work in the kitchen tonight, learning from the servants there about what is expected in serving guests. You'll need to learn these roles because I'll have you serving the betrothed Princess Amarinda tomorrow evening."
"When does she arrive, sir?" Tobias asked.
"I expect to receive her sometime late this evening, though she isn't planning to dine with us until tomorrow. Sage, have you been working on your accent? If you are called upon to speak to her, I won't have you replying with an Avenian accent."
"I happen to be alone quite a bit in recent days," I said in a Carthian accent. "It gave me a great deal of time to practice."
"Not bad," Connor said with a smile. "But you're still too soft on your consonant sounds. Tighten them up, and never let me hear the Avenian accent again."
I acknowledged Connor's request with a nod. Then Connor said,
"I think we'll practice a waltz now. Take your partners by the hand, please."
Kitchen duty that afternoon was tedious. Our escort in the kitchen happened to be my dance partner Jean, who I learned was more a supervisor than a servant. Connor had a large kitchen, and Jean took great pride in showing us how smoothly it operated. "The master occasionally has unexpected guests, so we always have a plan for last-minute meals," Jean said. "We've enjoyed this week since you boys came. We're preparing a lot more food than usual, and our serving dishes come back empty." "Everything tastes so good here," Rodin said. Tobias and I both smiled at that. It wasn't her decision who was made prince, so neither of us could figure out what he hoped to gain by complimenting her. Rodin answered that question a moment later when he noticed our grins. "It really does taste good," he whispered. "You should have seen what they fed us at my orphanage. I don't even think it was food half the time." Jean instructed us on the proper way to hold a tray and how to serve or retrieve dishes on the table. She showed us how to pour a drink and even let us sample a taste of Connor's best wine. I was interested in a detached sort of way, and so was Rodin. It was nice to know, but did me little good. However, Tobias leaned over to us at one point and whispered, "If Connor hadn't pulled us from the orphanages, this would likely have been our futures." "Not mine," I said firmly. Nothing in me could accept a life like this. Rodin quickly agreed. "You know what little you must," Jean finally said. "Now make yourselves useful in here. There's always too much to do, and if we have you on loan, we'll use you." She showed us a pile of dishes that needed to be washed. I pointed out there was really only room for 2 dishwashers and assigned myself the job of kneading dough at the other side of the room. Rodin and Tobias didn't seem to care, so Jean gave in and waved me away. I wandered over to the wood counter in the corner and picked up a lump of dough. After a minute, Imogen entered the kitchen, and Jean directed her to come over and help me. To my surprise, she didn't seem to object, and only moved a set of kitchen knives out of my way, giving herself room beside me to knead another lump of dough. "I've done this before," I said, working my fingers into the warm dough. "It was one of the jobs at the orphanage, but the dough here is much better. We ate from a lot of charity ingredients before, which almost always meant whatever was unfit for the upper classes." She glanced at me and I continued, "I don't see why the upper classes object to food with weevils in it. They're very nutritious." That finally earned a real smile, even though it was far from the funniest thing I'd ever said to her. Then I realized the smile wasn't about me. Something in her had changed. "You're different," I said quietly. Without looking up at me, she nodded. She couldn't tell me what it was, but she didn't need to. There was less fear in her than before.
Imogen!
A tall, square-cut man shouted from the far end of the kitchen. Based on his clothing, he was one of Connor's chefs.
Lazy girl!
Imogen swung around. I started forward, but she grabbed my wrist to hold me back.
Isn't that dough ready yet?
He said.
I've got to have it baked by this evening.
How could she have finished? I scowled. Every time she walked in here, you sent her out with another job. The chef crossed to me and shoved me against the brick wall. Pain lit across my bruised back and throughout my body, but I somehow held my tongue.
Don't tell me how to operate in my kitchen,
he snarled.
Let him go,
Mott said, entering the kitchen. He grabbed my shirt and yanked me away from the chef's grasp, then motioned for Tobias and Rodin to follow him.
We're finished here.
As we walked out, he said to me,
Can't you go anywhere without causing a problem?
Is that who gives Imogen her bruises? I asked. Mott clenched his jaw.
It's clear that if you work from the kitchen tonight, one of you will end up killing the other. I'll assign you different duties.
Then with a parting glare, he walked ahead of us. Tobias and Rodin caught up to me as we followed Mott.
He hurt your back,
Rodin said.
I can tell by the way you're walking.
My back is fine. It wasn't true, but I felt braver for saying it.
It's your own fault if he did hurt it,
Tobias said.
Why do you do it?
I shrugged. What?
Aggravate people the way you do. You seem bent on making enemies here.
And you insist on making false friends. They're no different. Don't you ever get tired of pretending to be something you're not?
Like the prince?
Tobias arched his head.
No, I could pretend to be him for the rest of my life. Don't judge me just because you're not able to do the same.
His words hit me too close, and I fell behind him and Rodin as we walked back to our rooms. We both knew he'd won that round. The False Prince, Disc 4. 28. We were secluded in our room when the betrothed princess arrived later that night. Rodin suggested I sneak out and bring back a report of what she was like, which I was perfectly willing to do, but Tobias said he'd tell Mott if I left.
You can't have the advantage of seeing the princess before we do,
Tobias said.
Knowing you, you'll convince her tonight that you are the prince, and she'll have you crowned at the castle before Rodin and I are awake tomorrow.
I snorted, and then said, Now that you're on to me, I'll have to figure out an even cleverer plan. Mocking Tobias was risky, and probably unfair, but it was usually too hard to resist. I grabbed one of the books off his desk and brought it back to my bed, letting it fall open somewhere in the middle.
What are you doing?
Mistress Havala said I'd have to study on my own to catch up. That's what I'm doing.
You can't read.
I said I can't read well, but I paid very close attention to Master Graves this morning, and I hope to read well enough to understand this book. Tobias folded his arms.
Do you even know what it's about?
I shook my head and flipped to another page. It would help if there were more pictures in it.
It's on early Carthian history. If you were going to study, you might choose a topic more relevant for convincing anyone you're a prince.
Great. Give me one of those kinds of books.
They're in the library, and we're not allowed to leave this room.
I turned several more pages of the book. Then I'll have to content myself with reading this one. Rodin chuckled and grabbed another book off Tobias's table.
Me too. Now you're a reader also?
Rising anger tinged Tobias's voice.
It'll be good practice.
Rodin settled onto his bed with a book. Tobias's face reddened.
You think this will convince Connor of anything? I'm twice as smart as either of you.
And half as strong as me or Rodin, even if we're asleep, I said. You have to do better, Tobias.
Is that a challenge?
He asked. I'd never challenge an inferior. Now go to sleep. You'll need rest before whatever humiliation comes your way tomorrow.
You sleep, Tobias said. You'll need some strength for sneaking out later tonight.
I laughed and tossed the book on the floor before lying down, but I didn't go to sleep. That was a luxury I couldn't afford. It was much later in the night before I finally decided to sneak out, this time through the secret passages.
Climbing across the exterior walls of Farthenwood was a bad idea, since I still felt so weak. But as long as nobody else was in the passages, it would be a fine way to explore. I was gradually learning the exit points of the passages. They ran throughout Farthenwood, or at least to areas where Farthenwood's architect felt a person might want to secretly travel. One of my favorite exits took me into the hallway around the corner from my room. It helped to see what was happening on the outside when everyone thought we were safely inside. I left the passages and entered the hallway using that door. As always at this time of night, there were only a few servants wandering the halls, so as long as I was careful to find the shadows in Connor's home, I had access to most of the places I wanted to go. This time, I even got a glance down the hallway at who was guarding our room each night. I practically choked with laughter when I saw him. He might have been younger than the three of us, and he'd fallen asleep. He wore a sword, but the smallest buckle of the belt still hung loose around his waist. Clearly, Connor no longer considered any of us at risk for running. The one well-guarded room wasn't far from Connor's. The vigils in front of the door were unfamiliar to me, and they stood very alert. It had to be the guest bedroom for the betrothed Princess Almerinda. It was impossible to continue any farther through the hallway without risking the attention of her vigils, so I slipped back into the passages. Somewhere in there was a door leading directly into Amerinda's room, but using it for any reason was a terrible idea. It did occur to me that there might at least be some way to peek into the room without entering it. The curiosity of what Amerinda looked like was very strong. While feeling around for any place to view into the room, I felt a hand on my arm and the point of a knife at my back. It had been only a matter of time before the others discovered the passages too. "Is this how I have to prove my strength?" Tobias's voice was thick, and he sniffed loudly. I wondered if he was crying. "Where'd you get the knife?" I asked calmly. Calm was important here. "I stole it from the kitchen." He pressed the long end of the blade into my back, and I stiffened as I felt it cut. It was a razor-sharp knife. "If the whipping before wasn't enough, maybe I can stop you." "From what?" I said, gasping. Blood trickled down my back, though I couldn't tell if he'd opened the old wound or created a new one. "Stop you from being considered. I saw Connor's admiration for you while we practiced our dancing. But how can he? You're the least worthy of the title, the lowest of us three." "And you're the biggest coward," I hissed, then caught my breath in my throat as his blade cut deeper. "Don't call me a coward," Tobias said. "I'm not." "Have you come here to kill me?" I asked. "Because I'll scream when you do, and it'll wake up the princess and probably a whole lot of other people, and you'll get into trouble." "You'll be dead." "Yes, but you'll be in trouble." Tobias lightened the pressure on the blade. "This is just a warning for you to back down. I will be king." "If you don't want to kill me, then lower the knife." Tobias released my arm, then said, "Don't try anything with me. I'll keep this knife ready if you do." I stumbled away from him, my head spinning. "What am I going to try in here? You know that if you're this paranoid as king, it'll eat you alive." "Maybe King Egbert should have been more paranoid. Then he wouldn't be dead right now." I stopped and grabbed onto the wall for support. It took every bit of my concentration not to be sick all over him. "You okay?" Tobias asked. Not that he cared. When I began walking again, he followed, adding, "What's the point of wandering around here every night?" The sting gradually eased. It was still fierce, but the whipping had hurt worse. Maybe he hadn't cut me as badly as I first thought. "Connor has you and Rodin in his control," I said. "Not me." "Not me either," Tobias quickly said, but from the tone of his voice, it was obvious that even he didn't believe it. "I'd like to go to our room now," I said. "I'm tired, and you hurt my back." "I'm not apologizing for that. I'd rather keep you weak." "What a person of honor you are," Tobias snorted. "A statement like that coming from you?"
That brought a faint smile to my face. Then let's hope Connor chooses Rodin, so that Carthia has some hope of an honorable king. Tobias didn't like that, and he strutted ahead of me.
Rodin would have this kingdom destroyed in a generation, with or without Connor's lead. He has no thought that someone else hasn't put there. I shudder to think either of you has any chance of being chosen.
If Connor's choice was that obvious, my back wouldn't hurt so much right now.
My warning is real, Tobias said, and if you try to tell anyone about this, I'll see that Rodin takes the blame. I know how to persuade Connor.
You have no control over Connor. You may wear the crown one day, but he'll be king.
I'll let him think he has control, then get rid of him. Where are we?
Despite the pain I still felt, I couldn't help but smile wickedly. Connor's room is on the other side of this wall. Pray he is a deep sleeper, or else he heard every word you just said. Tobias made a sound in his throat and put his ear to the wall to see if he could hear Connor on the other side. I used the moment to grab his arm and twist it behind his back, and then withdrew my own knife from inside my clothes.
Where'd that come from?
You're not the only one who stole from the kitchen. I withdrew his knife from his belt and whispered in his ear. You're in a lot of trouble, Tobias. Connor knows about the notes you made, your plans to get rid of him. You've already lost. In a few days, he's going to kill you. Then I hit him over the back of the head with the butt of my knife, and he fell unconscious. 29. Tobias was asleep in bed when I woke up, so he must have found his way back to our room sometime in the night. The idea that I'd slept through his walking freely around the room made me uncomfortable. Usually, I was a light sleeper, and I didn't like the idea of wondering what he might have been tempted to do to me in my sleep. Rodin was already awake, and still working on the book he'd taken off Tobias's desk the night before.
I can figure out a lot of these words, he said. You should have paid more attention to Master Graves. I think he could have helped you.
I can't pretend to be interested in someone who's so boring, I muttered. Rodin rolled his eyes and went back to his book while I got out of bed and began to get dressed. It would irritate Errol, I knew, but lately that fact was more motivation than deterrent.
There's blood all over your shirt,
Rodin said. Noticed that, did you? Rodin closed the book and came closer to me.
It looks like your shirt was cut too. What happened?
Do I need a bandage?
How should I know? Let me call Errol.
I pulled off my shirt and threw it into the fireplace, which still bore a few smoldering ashes. The alcohol that Imogen had used for me was in the corner of our room. I poured just enough of it onto the shirt to stir up the fire again.
What did you do that for?
Rodin asked. He made enough noise that Errol and the other two servants took it as a sign that it was time to enter from the hallway. I was never sure what time they arrived each morning, but they always came in when they heard us talking.
I'll help you finish dressing, sir.
Errol said the words as if he were tired of speaking them. He knew I didn't want his help, and that was especially true right now. I turned so that my back was facing the wall. I'll dress myself, and I'll do it privately. Tobias opened his eyes.
Will everyone speak quieter? I have a terrible headache here. Sage's back is bleeding again,
Rodin said to Errol. Everyone's eyes turned to me. Errol walked between me and the wall. A gasp escaped his lips. Then he said,
This is a new wound. Where did it come from?
I shrugged, not yet ready with an explanation. Whatever I said, it'd have to be a lie. Although the truth would ruin Tobias's last hope to become the prince, it did me no favors either. Errol gave up asking for details and said,
The cut isn't so deep, but we have to take care of it.
Just give me a bandage and I'll wrap it myself, I said. Errol shook his head and left the room. It was a good thing the 2 weeks were almost ended. I doubted whether he could tolerate me for much longer.
I'm already dressed.
Rodin scowled at his servant who was tugging at his shirt.
Get out!
You're dismissed too, Tobias told his man, a new servant who avoided me as often as possible.
We need to talk in private. Shut the door behind you.
Immediately after we were alone, Rodin leapt across the room, grabbed Tobias by the shoulders, and shoved him hard against the wall. "You did that to him? Were you going after me next?" "Check me for a knife if you think I did it." Tobias looked sideways at me. "I don't have anything that could make a wound like that, do I, Sage?" "You're afraid of what Rodin would find if he searched?" I asked. Tobias threw up his hands, and Rodin pulled back Tobias's blanket and checked his pillow. Then he lifted Tobias's mattress and gasped. Tobias's face paled as Rodin withdrew the knife Tobias had used against me the night before. Dried blood still stained the tip of the blade. I'd made sure of that. "How'd that get there?" Tobias whispered. His eyes narrowed as they met mine. "Oh, of course. Well, Sage has a knife too." "Do you think so?" I said. "I'm sure the kitchen staff will find there's only one knife missing." But I let Rodin search my things anyway. No knife was there, and Tobias's face paled even further. "I've got to tell Connor," Rodin said. "This goes too far, Tobias." "Please don't," Tobias begged. "Connor already thinks I have a plan to get rid of him. If he thinks I tried to do anything to Sage, he'll have my head." "Connor should punish you," I said. "Being chosen as the prince is the least of your worries now." Tobias's eyes filled with tears. "Help me then. You nearly killed me last night. Should I care what happens to you now? Please, I'll do anything." "You're asking me to lie for you? Then I'd be the one in trouble. Why would I do that?" His voice raised in pitch. "Please, Sage, anything you want. Help me and I'll fight for you." He looked terrified, probably exactly as I had looked when Connor told Mott to take me to his dungeon. Tobias had played into my hands, but I felt sorry for him nonetheless. "I'll help you, but at this price. It's time to fail. You will be less intelligent, less impressive, and certainly less prince-like." "Is what you told me last night true?" Tobias asked. "Does he really know about the notes?" I nodded and watched as tears filled his eyes. "Then he's going to kill me anyway." "What if I promise that he won't?" I said. "Back off and I promise that you will live, or else I'll die trying to save you." Now, not only was Tobias out of the competition, but someone at Farthenwood owed me his life. Errol returned to our room, accompanied by Imogen and Mott. Luckily, no attention was on Rodin, who quickly hid Tobias's knife back under the mattress. Mott strode across our long room in less than half a dozen long steps. He turned me around to examine my back, then cursed loudly. "The master must hear of this. Tell me how this happened, or I'll take you to him for questioning. You know how that will end." I glanced at Tobias, who nodded his agreement to my terms. "It's embarrassing," I said. "I tried to sneak out last night through the window. I got caught on the window frame and it impaled my back." "This is more than a scrape on your skin, Sage. You've been cut." "The window has a jagged edge," I insisted. "I'm lucky not to be hurt worse. But it's my own fault because I should never have been out there." For an extra touch, I shrugged innocently and added, "I hope nobody would notice." "How could you think we wouldn't notice a wound like that?" Mott cursed under his breath. "Was this your attempt at obeying the master's rules?" "All I wanted was to look outside," I said. "It would have been hard to go anywhere off that ledge." "It'd be impossible," Mott said. "But you might have fallen to your death in the attempt." He inhaled, then added, "Not a word of this to the master then, but I must punish you. I hesitate because I know how weak you must be from the last few days, but you'll miss today's meals." I started to protest. Then Mott arched his eyebrows and said, "Or shall we leave it to the master to choose a punishment?" I wasn't hungry anyway, I said. Princess Amarinda had sent word that she would remain in her bedroom all morning, so Mott called Tobias and Rodin to accompany him to breakfast with Connor and brought in Imogen to take care of my wound. She immediately went to work on washing away the blood. Her manner was cool and businesslike, but her touch as she cleaned my back was as gentle as ever. He knows you're lying, she whispered. Am I such a bad liar? I'll have to wait until you tell the truth so I can compare the differences. She paused when I drew in a sharp gasp, and when she continued, the cloth was pressed so lightly on my back I could barely feel it. How did it really happen? A knife. Who held that knife? I hesitated, and she added, one of the other two boys, obviously. It isn't a stab wound, though. This was done with the long edge of the blade. You know your knife wounds. I heard the chef say this morning that one of his knives has gone missing. He keeps them sharp. That's why you were kneading bread, to get close to the knife block. Actually, it was to keep Tobias away from the knives. He'd already stolen one, and that was as much damage as I wanted him able to cause me. I thought that would at least get a smile or a chuckle, but she continued as if she hadn't heard me. I checked first thing this morning. The knife you took is back in its place, and I found a few drops of blood on the floor. I thought I had them all cleaned up. Frustrated, Imogen slapped at my bed. Sage, please, someone tried to kill you last night. Not really, he just wanted me to think he could. Why must you play these games? Because now there are only two people competing to become the prince. Even without seeing her, I knew Imogen was frowning in disapproval, but she only said, You know what I have to do now. It's going to sting. I'm getting used to... I started to say before she pressed the wet towel to my back and made me howl. Apparently, I'd reached the end of her sympathies. Maybe you want Errol back, she said. Maybe I do. I moaned. At least he wouldn't scold me the whole time. Someone should be scolding you, she said. If you're not strong enough to handle all these injuries, you should stop getting them. You'll never convince anyone you're a prince this way. Imogen began to wrap a new bandage around me. This one had to go diagonally over my shoulder and down below the older bandage. After she knotted it, she noticed the change in my mood and said more softly, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. You'll do fine in convincing them. I remained facing the wall. What if I don't? What if after Connor chooses me, they look at me and only see Sage? Would that be so bad? Just to be who you are? This time I looked back at her, grinning. You mean other than being executed for stealing the crown? She laughed. Yes, other than that. Then I grew serious again. What about you? If you were in the court when I'm presented, would you bow to me? After a moment, she slowly shook her head. I hope Connor chooses you, and I think if he does that you'll be able to convince them. You'll be a fine king one day, but I know too much, and I won't bow to a fraud. I turned away as she left the room. Unfortunately, I understood exactly how she felt. Nobody should have to bow to a false prince.